Okay, so let's go on with the textures. I've managed to dig up some more references on the tan colored frames. You can see this Glock here, and these are quite good references. I was searching for some unique markings. This one's really good. The slide also is very nice, but for now let's take a look at the plastic. So I really like this darkening right here. This obvious edge wear right there, and I guess some sort of darkening at this part. So right there you can see some wear. That might be shadow, but also that might be darkening, which can be quite logical because you grab this thing with your hand all the time. And same thing here. So right there you can see definitely a different color right there, and here as well. So let's try and duplicate some stuff like that. So what I want to do now is just to tone down the main gloss just a bit. In order to do that, create a new layer at the very top, call it gloss overlay, go to overlay in the gloss channel, and let's turn it down just a bit. Like so. Let's turn on and off. Yeah, slightly, but makes some difference. And I want to tone down the glossiness of these scratches just a bit. Right there. Okay. So let's do more color variations. As I was talking about that darkening here and here, it is also a good thing to do like general color gradients throughout the whole mesh. So you can see the color is consistent everywhere. It gives much more interest when you have slight transition from dark to light or the other way. So let's find a layer which is concerned color. For example, this one, create a new layer. Let's call it color gradient. Turn off everything except diffuse. Go into diffuse channel and set it to overlay. And now let's go a bit darker, like that, or even more, like that. Now let's add a black mask, add a paint layer, and do the soft brush with really low level flow, like that. And let's just do this gradient. So you can see here it's going to be darker, as well as here, and it's going to be lighter towards the handle. Make sure you don't have that ugly seam right there. Turn up the flow to the minimum, like that. There's still this ugly seam. I don't like it. Right there. Okay. There's also a seam right there. I will fix that. So let's do more of that gradient. So right now you don't really see the results, but if you turn off you can see it, right? Makes difference. Okay, let's go into material mode. Yeah, that gives more interest in consistency to your asset right there. So I was hoping to do this to fix this one. So is it? Yeah, it's this one. So go into paint and just mask it out like so, with bigger flow, obviously, like that. Okay, right, you can see spot right there. Should fix that with the previous layer. Just like this. Okay. So now what I'm gonna do is just this darkening right there. Guess that's a result of like expanding gas out of the barrel, coloring this area. So let's go to the very top before gloss overlay and add a black dark markings. For now, leave everything except diffuse. Let's try and go overlay, go really dark like this. And let's try to do a generator. We'll see how it's gonna work. Let's try dirt. No. Let's go with metal. Yep, but invert. Yeah, like this. And let's play with parameters. Grunge amount. Smoothness. Grunge scale. I think I want a bit more soft transition. 4. No, turn back the curvature. Yep. Getting closer. Okay, so I guess something like this. Alright, let's try this one. So add paint layer, move it underneath, set multiply, and now let's paint right there. This might be some just dirt underneath this part. So let's try and add some there. And here, if it's possible. now let's try to do the same thing right here. If it's gonna work or not. No, the generator is wrong. So let's duplicate this guy and call it dark markings 2 and invert back and delete the paint layer and set it to normal so that we could see the result. And now let's play with parameters to make this part look good. So less grunge, your level even more, no, that's too much. Smooth. Okay, let's add a paint layer, multiply, and now let's do some slight painting there. Slight. Not too much. And let's get rid of that ugly seam right there. And this looks bad. This seam is really obvious. Okay, some sort of like this. And now let's just tone it down with the diffuse, like so. No, that's still too much. Still too much. Well, oops. Okay, let's try and drop this to Marmoset and see how it looks. Okay. Well, it looks kind of not bad, but I'm not sure if I did it right with the gloss overlay, especially here. It looks kind of dull. Let's add some more color, light sources. Let's see. There's a really hard transition right there. I need to fix that. That's weird. There is no... Oh yeah, that was a shadow. Right. No hard transition. So... Okay, let's keep it like this for now. All right. What I want to add is that edgeware, which is right there. See this? This looks not bad. Let's go back to substance. And let's find that edgeware. Heavyware? No. Where edges? Yeah, this one. Okay. And let's try and paint it here. See the result. Well, it's okay. Let's do the same on this side. So I was thinking I would like to do something similar to this thing, but on a big flat surface. Maybe some sort of a damage or slight edges. Nope. Rain. Okay, it's wear edges. All right. So let's just add a paint layer and see if it, yeah, it's the one I'm searching for. So let's find a nice alpha and try something on top of that. So let's just see how it's gonna be. This is some sort of a damage. No. Let's try this one. Let's add new paint layer so that I could fix some of it. I like this part, but I don't like the part on the left, so that's why I created new paint layer so that I could fix some of it. So just erase this here. and it looks nice here, right? So let's go back and do the same part like so. No, that's too much. Turn it off. No, that's too small. Come on, give me that one that I'm looking for. Is this the one? Well, it might be. Okay, let's keep this one for now. There was this nice standard alpha. Yeah, this one. Let's try and put it somewhere nice. It's kind of good, but too much at certain areas. So let's erase it right there. But not too much, not completely. Yeah, now it looks good. You can see some sort of damage right there, but it kind of slight. Nothing, not too much. So another thing I want to add is like slight dark spots, like you can see right here, or right here. It's quite hard to spot those, but they are. So I'm going to use this layer, add some paint, go to alphas, and let's do the same thing here with a nice custom alpha. Let's try this one. Always forget to switch to the paint. Like so. Just like to throw this thing and see which sticks the best. Obviously that's too much, but I'm just checking if it's good or not. Okay, now let's erase those that are not needed. Those hard seams, go in diffuse mode for easier. Somewhat like this. That's too much over here, as well as here. This is bad. It's deformed after the process of projecting. The same here. Just erase out the not necessary things and keep these. Okay, And now obviously I want to tone down those really much. Let's keep it 29% or even less. 12. No, you can't see it on 12. 21. 23. Let's turn on the gloss channel for these guys and bring it down like so. Okay. And I think it would be not bad to add the same thing right here. This is not looking too good. Let's just manually bring some. Yeah, that's fine. So the other thing I don't like is this. No, not this one. This glossiness, random glossiness at this area. It's kind of too much. Let's turn it down just a bit. Material. Same here. Too much. That's better. All right, so let's check the reference. What else can be added? What else can be done? I think I could do some more those damage bumps, like here, 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 and here, big and pronounced, because I can't see like big of a damage here. I can see those scratches there, but those are scratches, and I can see those small bumps, but they're small. They don't have too much information on the height. I want like deep, like bumps, but quite rare. So let's go to the top and add a new layer. Call it big bumps. Leave everything except height. Add black mask, add paint. Let's go to alphas, back to alphas, and let's find out something nice. Something not bad. Nope. Let's try it out. Okay, no, that's good for scratches, but I'm not looking for scratches. Let's try this one. Boom, come on. Like that. Same here. Okay, now let's add levels. And let's clean it up with the eraser tool. And let's just leave some big ones at certain areas. Yeah, like that. But not here. Let's add some diffuse so that I could actually see. I don't need it here, and here, and here. I don't like this one. I actually quite don't like this one, so I want to fix it with a custom alpha like that. Come on. Like so. Yeah, that's okay. So let's go to diffuse, set it to overlay. It's going to be brighter, it's going to be light. Like so, and I think I want to blur it. Blur. So that there was no like that visible border, so that it could look like more rounded. Let's add some deepness, I mean depth. Whoa, that's too much over here. Let's paint this out. Okay. This looks not bad. Let's add, I just thought that it would be nice to add some more of these guys to no angle like that to here. See how it's gonna look like. Now turn it off and tone it down. Obviously that's too much, but I just wanted to see how the mask works at that area. Now let's go to diffuse map and edit. Some manual painting. Now let's switch it on and off and see if it makes any difference. Yeah, I think it looks good. It does something. All right. Okay, so I guess the plastic is now quite beaten up. Not too crazy, but not that clean already. I think that's too much. Let's clean it up a bit more. Nope. And even more. Turn flow to 2. So that there's still some of it, but only slight amount. Yeah. Okay, let's save it. Send back to Marmoset and see how it looks. Okay, so another thing I thought it would be nice to do, go to big bumps, turn normal map, go to normal channel and set normal so that it's not repeating the grainy texture. Okay, let's send this guy. And let's see it. All right. It lags right there. Okay, so generally speaking, this looks not bad. I think that one is a bit off, and this guy, yeah, that's too much for with this one. Kind of really do like this area right there. This looks cool. that color variation. Yeah, that brings up some coolness. Well, okay. Okay, isn't... I'm not sure, maybe this guy is off. This guy is too much. Definitely this and this guy, these are too much. And this thing also. Okay, so let's go to big bumps and mask out this fellow right here. He's a bit off. And this fellow right there. And these guys. These. Still don't like this part. Something is wrong in here. I have to fix that. So, also, let's go to where edges? Yeah. Yeah, this one. So this is too much here. Like so. Okay, so, right, this part. Let's fight with it again. Let's find it here. Dark markings. No. Dark markings too. Come on, where is it? No. What is it then? Oh. Oh, it's not that. Okay. Yeah, guess this is the one. Yep, this is it. It looks kind of not bad at these areas, but not this plate. It looks ugly on it. So let's add a paint layer, mask it out. I don't like it. Same here. And let's go here and do the same stuff. I don't like it. Okay, let's figure something else. Actually, it looks quite not bad when it's glossing that. You can see the glossiness of it. Gives some information. I guess this darkening is too much at this point. I think I want to get rid of it. Some portion of it. So, color gradient. Yep. Let's tone it down right there. I mean, this one. Yeah. But should make it careful because I can affect the edge of the UV shell and it's going to look lame. Yeah. Like that. Yeah, that's much better. So Okay, so let's try and do something final attempt at doing this part here. So let's go to the very top and call this thing markings frame. Let's keep it diffuse for now and go to somewhere brownish, dark brown color. Add a black mask, add a generator. Let's use a standard generator. Turn on the curvature as much as possible and set to cavities. Okay, now let's add it. Let's play with these parameters. And hopefully I'll find the proper amount of this thing. I guess I could go just like with this. Actually, this creates a nice like silhouette of the letters. If you turn it off, let's add just a bit more. Yeah, I think that's much better. Way too better. Okay, let's add paint, drop it down, multiply, and apply it only here, like so, and only here as well. And how about here? Is it too bad? Or is it too much? I'm not sure. Let's try it out. And let's turn down the flow and just disable some part of it that I just did. Yeah, I think it looks good. I think it serves its purpose. Okay, for now I see only one thing left, which is these kind of oil markings right there. Because dripping oil is a common thing when you use the gun oftenly, and oily gun is actually a good sign of usage. So let's save the scene and create final layer of oil, and then we'll see if it's enough for current state of the plastic. Okay, so create new material. Let's call it oil. Let's keep everything except, turn off everything except gloss. Right there, and I think I had this material, oil. Okay, I'll go with this one, or no. I'll create it myself. So it's going to be really glossy, and the specular is going to be dark. Okay, hold on. Diffuse, spec, gloss. It's really dark on diffuse. Okay, so let's delete this guy, create a new one, leave everything except glossiness, and turn down diffuse right there, like so. Add black mask, add paint layer, and now let's spill some oil on this. I'm going to use custom alpha. I need the proper one. Let's try this one. Whoa, this is heavy. No, that's too much. Let's try this scratches. No. Let's try this guy. No, this is bad. This is bad. Yeah, this looks better. This is a common thing when the oil comes out of this pinhole. This is possible. Let's go and turn the diffuse a bit upper. Or no. Let's try overlay on the diffuse. Yeah, that's better. Like that. Okay. I like this, that tiny line. Kind of looks okay. I actually was searching for this alpha because I wanted to to find this one and do more custom edges right here at this side. Like that. Yep. This is exactly what I wanted to do. What if I'll add some here? Isn't that too bad? Yep, I think this looks good here. It looks appropriate. Okay, let's get back to oil. Yep, let's call it oil. And let's try to add some more. No. How about this guy? Nope. No. How about this? But at this side. Obviously that's too much. Let's bring it down like this. Yep. I can see the seam right there. Why so? Who is this? Something glossy. And I think it's this one, right? Turn it down. Okay. Okay, let's save this guy. Okay, let's drop this to Marmoset and see how it turned out. Okay. All right. Yeah, I like the way it looks. Everything is quite subtle, though you still kind of can see unique stuff. I'm not sure this one looks appropriately, as well as this one. I think it's too much. Though I really do like this. Really small yet effective. Okay, let's fix those glossy stuff. And let's go back to oil and turn down this fellow right here. Yep, somewhat like this. And same thing. Yeah, those like splashes. That's too much. Okay, I want to try some stuff. I had this really nice alpha, which is this one. From time to time I add it just to see if it's gonna work. Now let's add a new paint layer. Or this one. No, it creates too messy. Look. How about this one here? Turn up the angle jitter. This might work, but I need to tone it down dramatically. That's too much, obviously. Right there. That's too much. Too much. Okay, now let's see. Well, I might leave a teeny tiny layer. Which is almost unseen. Like so. Okay, what else I can do? I think I'm missing those tiny spots. They kind of lost there. Turn off this. Yeah, random spots. Let's select one of those layers and bring it up much more, like so. Well, not that up, but brighter. Same with this guy. Okay, let's go back to Marmoset and see how it's gonna be. Let's export it. Okay. Okay, so yeah, this looks much better. Okay, so before I end up with plastic for now, there is still one thing I want to try to recreate, is this kind of dark spots, but the thing is I need really nice alpha for that, and I think I want to try to do something like that. Let's go back to the dark markings. Yeah, to this part here, and add a paint layer, and let's try and find some nice alpha. How about this one? Turn paint. Yeah, the resolution of this alpha is quite big, so it's kind of a bit freezing when I move it. No, it's not the one. How about this one? And you know what? I want to duplicate this. Add a black mask. Add a paint. And do something like so. something like that. And now add some levels and level it out. No. Nope. Okay, I think I have another alpha, which is this one. Let's try this one out. And now I want to do is to go to the and drop it directly on the UV. To do that, you go to alignment, set to UV, and size space to texture, like that. So now you paint only on texture. Something's wrong. Come on. Give me what I want. Come on, why is it smaller? I don't need it smaller. Viewport. Camera. Texture. Now UV. Go smaller, why? How about this one? This is not going smaller, that's weird. Okay, whatever. Okay. Go to 3D. Well, some sort of like this. Do the levels. And let's make diffuse not that dark. Well, it's not that of a bad idea. Let's fix the seam. Like that. Turn on material. Guess I want to mask it out along this path. Right there. And right there. How about I leave it only on diffuse? Okay, this looks nice. I guess I'll keep this. All right. Okay, so I guess for now this is it for plastic. I might return to it, but it looks nice for now. I think I might go not that hard on this part because it's too dark for me. Or no, I'm not sure. So for now, the plastic part is done. Let's go to the metal parts. I'm going to do small metal pieces and leave the slide and mag for the rest. Okay, so let's save the scene and go on. So before we end up doing plastic, I think there are a couple more things I want to do here. And I think this is not the best one. That's too much. Let's go to Wear Edges Mask and just erase it at some degree. Completely at this part. And some part of it from here. Okay. Same in this thing. I also noticed this edge, this UV shell seam, and right there. So let's turn on diffuse map and just turn on and off all the layers to see what makes this seam visible. Yep, this one does a bit. So let's erase. It's too much. Softer gradient will be better. Alright. Yeah, it creates a whole lot of mess right here. Really don't like it. Yeah, you see this? Not the most comfortable thing to do because of the reuse. So come on. Okay, let's see on the material. Well, now the transition is too harsh. This is kind of bad. Okay, this looks a bit better, but not here. Okay, so let's go on. Get rid of that seam. missed this thing? Right, I did. Okay. Yep, this thing does something bad. Turn it off. Yeah, this guy is the main reason. Right there. And now there's no more seam. Okay, I see the color right there. Gives a bad result, like so. Okay, yeah, now everything is turned on. And before we go further, there are a couple more things I guess I want to do, which are more color variation. Like, I have this small grainy type of color variation, but I think I want to do something like bigger or chunkier. So let's go to this and create a new layer, add a black mask, add a fill, go to procedurals, and let's find a proper procedural texture with bigger spots. How about this one? I guess no. How about this one? Right. It's actually not those big things that I was talking about, but still I want to try this out. Maybe this would look somewhat okay. Trying to find the proper scale. Okay, let's turn on a diffuse only and turn it to overlay and make it lighter. And see what it does. Well, it does something. Let's try to cut the normals from this thing. Can't see it actually doing something. No, it's doing just too weak. Okay, let's add levels. Let's do it something like that, and tone down the diffuse. But leave the normals. How's that gonna look like? And let's add the gloss also, and cut it out just a little bit. Right now this is like experimentation. I'm not sure this is gonna be looking good. Oh, it does some crazy stuff. I'm not sure if I need this. Well, let's try keep some of it. So let's add a paint layer, drop it down, and set this one to multiply. Now let's just paint some, for example, right here. Okay, no, I think I would delete this thing because it has no logical sense. Just trying to bring something up which has no sense. So I think I want to do more is this thing right there. Let's go back and find this. Nope. Come on, where is it? Yeah, this is it. Let's add some onto this place right there. Go to alphas. And let's find that alpha that I was using. Let's try this one. And nothing happens because levels are cutting out that thing. Okay, let's try out a different one. Let's find the one I was using actually. No. 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 Guess it's this one. Yeah. It is. Now let's cut out some of those that are placed badly. Okay, that's fine for now. Okay, so that's it for the plastic for now. let's start doing metal. Let's start from small parts which have no mask. This is magazine, this is slide. Okay, so I think I'll do the basic material for everyone at this point, and then I'll use all those folders to edit some part of the gun. So as I'm doing the metal, very first thing I want to do is make it a bit more glossy and do the specular not gray but with a bit of a color. For example, this bluish. Looks more interesting with color. Okay. The second thing is gloss variation, which is really important. Add a black mask. Add fill. Let's call it gloss variation. And I usually use this one or this one. Let's try this one. Leave it on the gloss. Let's add levels. That's too much. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, you can see now that slight gloss variation on the metal. So let's make it more contrast. Okay, that's too much. Like that is fine. So I'm just double checking the reference, trying to get those things to work on. So another thing that I like to do is spec variation. Pretty much the same thing. So disable all of those except specular, add black mask, add fill, and just pick one of nice masks. Yeah. And try to make it, no, that's too thick. Invert this. Yeah, that's better. This one is too blue. Or is it gray? No, I don't like this. I don't. Let's pick another one. Some sort of like this. Let's go to specular and set it to overlay. Now it's easier to control this. Make it slightly different. I think it's too noisy. Let's try another one. This one is kind of two directional. Let's add some levels. Yeah, this one is two directional, so let's find another one. I think this one's okay. Yeah. This one's fine. Okay. So next thing is slide edges. It's always nice to define your edges. Turn down everything except specular and gloss. Set specular to overlay and make it slightly brighter. Yeah, like that. And glossiness. There are a couple options. A lot of people like to do glossy sharp edges. I actually don't. I think not glossy edges make better contrast and overall look. So let's try and do this. Add generator, metal edge wear. Give it some time to process. Turn down almost all the grunge. I don't need it. Edge smoothness. Okay, let's keep it like that. Let's add some levels. See how it's gonna work. No, let's make a custom generator because that's too sharp. I want those things be a bit more blurry. Well, this looks nice already, actually. Yeah, now you can see that nice effect it does. You don't see those edges that much, but it creates that nice silhouette for those edges. I think I can turn it down just a bit, but it looks not bad. So also what I want to do here is to paint out these guys. We do not need those. Like so. And let's go a bit easier on specular. Yeah, something like that. And same for the glossiness. Not that hard. Yeah, that creates a nice look over there. So another thing I like to do is to create that sharp cavity dirt. For those grooves in the letters. So make it dark brown-ish, and turn off specular and make it not glossy at all, like this. Add a black mask, add generator, and dirt, and actually no, custom generator. Curvature, cavities, yeah, turn down these. Like so. Now you can see the difference. That letters were shining. Now they're not. They're filled with dirt. That's what usually happens. Okay. Okay, so as you can see, this metal is already looking not that bad. It's for the basic material. So now let's do those small parts. Let's mask them out with this tool. This guy, this one, pins, that pin, this guy as well, and that's it. So there's this really cool effect, which is here. Yeah, see that red coloring on the borders? Really do like that part. See here as well, the metal turns to different color, and right there as well. So I want to do some kind of like that. Try here. Leave everything except the specular. Make it bright. Add black mask and generator. On top of that, metal edge wear. And let's play with that parameter. Orange amount. Okay, this generator fails me again. Let's do a custom one. Custom one seems to work better for now. Okay, I guess I'll go with 2 generators because you can see the first one creates this nice transition. We can do it kind of red, but darker. Like this. And the second one will be sharper and shinier. It will go on top of that. Yep. Like this. Now let's make this one bright. Let's go edit curvature. Yeah, this looks good. You can see that double stage, like bright, dark, and the regular one. So obviously the color is too much. Let's tone it down, desaturate, add some yellowish tone, do something like that. That's too much of yellow or too bright. Yeah, let's play with colors here. I think I went too far with colors. Let's tone them down. I mean, desaturate. Some sort of like this. And I think I want to break just a bit, at least the bright one. So let's go to mask editor and add texture. And let's drop some procedural texture. Well, this one, for example. In order to break this thing. Not to make it that average. No, not this one. Let's try this one. And not this one. Come on, guys, give me a good texture. Come on, okay. So load this one. And I want to scale it down as much as possible. Still does not work. Well, this one does something. Not too much though. Well, no, it does something. Definitely does. All right. Let's play with this mask editor because it's too much. As for me, no, I don't want to do anything with gloss. Okay, and now let's add some cavity dirt. Make it super unglossy and darkish. Generator dirt. Bit less of grunge. Let's see if it does any difference. Just checking on the reference now. Yeah, you can see pretty much the same result over here. This dark reddish, bright. I think I can go more bright on this part. And I think I want to do this one completely desaturated, but brighter. So that they're still red, but underneath that. do is to add some custom stuff on this one guy, because it's too blank on the side. So I'll add a paint layer and just paint it with this thing, like so. However, there's need to be something with the gloss. The gloss is too flat. I don't like that. It's okay on these parts because they're too small, but the pins and this thing, I want to have those something more going on the gloss. So add some. What is this? Just a layer. Let's use this one for the gloss. Let's call it more gloss. So black mask, fill, and let's use this one. Scale it up. Make it more contrast. Like so. And even levels. Nope. Nope. Okay, now there's something going on. So I want to be this on only at certain places. So let's do this multiply trick. And let's paint it on the side of this part. Yeah, like so. Is it mirrored? Yeah. It is. Like so. That's kind of too much in here. And let's add some on pins so that they won't look dull. Yeah, this looks better. And what else can be done? I want to add some like scratchy part there. Add another paint layer, and let's use some alpha for scratch. This one's good. Turn off backface culling, and turn off face angle jitter. Yeah. That's a bit too much. And I think this thing is too glossy, to tell you the truth. Let's add a gloss overlay. Leave everything except the gloss. Go into glossiness, overlay, and tone it down. Like that. But I guess only for this guy. Let's see. Or let's manually paint the unglossy part. Yeah, sort of like this. Yep. Okay, so I guess let's add a trigger to this party with this guy, because it quite fits. Yeah, some sort of like this. Right, I also forgot this part here. Well, I think there's a better way to do this thing, because it's too not good. Let's add a generator, metal edge wear, decrease the ground amount, that, and just invert it like so. Yeah, now we're talking. Yeah, this looks like something. Let's just find a right amount of this thing here. And let's add a paint layer and mask out unnecessary part. On the trigger, first of all, like this part here, don't need it. And it's okay on this one. Or no. And I think I want to just add some manual stuff. Right, no. Some sort of alpha. Yeah, like that. And I think this thing is too harsh for now. Let's tone it down just a bit because it's affecting too much. Yeah. And let's bring it down. Hit here. Or no. Yeah, I guess I'll keep it like that. Okay, let's save this guy and drop to Marmoset and see how is it doing. Okay. Okay, I have this too much of sharpening. Well, it looks like something. Guess I'll like this here. And the pins are looking good. I think I can add some custom stuff right there. Okay. Let's call it gloss variation. And let's do some custom stuff around here with some kind of this alpha. Some sort of like that. No, but not that. Yeah, some sort of like this. This looks nice. Okay, so this area right here, I want to do some kind of separation because it's too monotone, right? So let's go to slide and barrel. So before we do any further with metal, I guess it's time to give a bit more explanation of how I approach to metal materials. So I have this reference right here, which is really good, and it's really important to be able to read as much as possible information out of this reference. So basically it's black metal, anodized or coated in somehow way. But still you can read a ton of different information from this. For example, like here's a fingerprint. It's really slight. It's really like vague, but you can still see it. It is there. Same as right there. So you can see those dark, scratchy-like things which are actually glossy. You can see the same picture right there on a certain angle. You can see that this thing is glossy. Okay, so you can see that noisy like pattern throughout the whole. This might be result of the camera and the resolution of the camera, but still I tend to like to do that kind of effect on the gun. So you can see this brighter spot starting from this to there. So you can definitely see those horizontal pattern lines. So there's pretty much a lot of different information, and it's just about on this flat black surface. If we go into like bigger details, so you can obviously see the dirt in here and the heavy edge wear on here, and somewhere right there, oil right here, like some crazy stuff going on in here. So it's all really important. Yeah, this thing you can see spot this different spots right there. So it's really important to read your reference properly, being able to get the information, because obviously it's really easy to see those scratches, but those scratches are not enough. You need to have like generally good looking material. So let's try and do that on this slide. Okay, so I wanted to separate these two guys because, well, basically on the reference they are same material, but I do want to make some kind of separation. First of all, I think I want to get rid of slight edges on this part right here. Let's go to brushes and paint it out like that. Now it's different, just a bit. Okay, let's leave it for now. So in Marmoset, the gloss variation is too heavy as for me. I want to tone it down just a bit. It's not that heavy in substance, but still. Gloss variation, here is it. Let's bring it down just a bit so that there's barely this thing. Okay, so as for those references, let's do some kind of this general material. So first of all, let's export this to Marmoset and see how that gloss variation does look now. Okay. Because obviously there are more post effects right here, right now. Yeah, that's better. You can still see everything there, but it's a bit more subtle. Exactly what I need. Okay. Now we can continue. So what I want to do now is add some noise. Drop it here on the top of this. Yeah. So let's add black mask, add a fill, go to procedurals, and find this white noise. Scale it up a bit. Yeah. Like that, and leave only speck and gloss. Turn off gloss for now, even that. Okay, and move it right there. And turn it to overlay. And make it barely seen. Let's try same trick, but let's scale this guy up dramatically. 0.2 was okay. And make it even more barely seen. Yeah, like so. Okay. So I guess I want to do those tiny directional grooves, direction pattern. Add a black mask, add fill, and let's go with this. Rotate it 90 degrees and scale it up. Okay, we have this issue right here. You can see the UV is not matching. I'll have to fix that manually. So it is barely seen, but it's actually there. It's easier to be like it this way. Now let's just paint it on top. And I guess I want to make it overlay. Like so. And tone it down. Yeah, like this. Yeah, that looks something good. I don't need it right there. Okay, so I guess now it's time to do some variation on the gloss. I mean, big variation. Gloss, big spots. Add fill. And let's use these for example. Go to glossiness, turn it to overlay, and you can see how it did pretty nice job already. Barely seen on a gloss map, but it did it. Though I think it gave too much. Let's tone it down. Let's try to do this opposite way. Make it not glossy. And let's scale it up. I mean the texture. And rotate it to find a better pattern which looks better. Okay, let's go back to more glossy. It looks better when it more glossiness. Turning on and off at different places to see if it works. Okay, let's save this thing and drop to Marmoset and see if it works. Right now, we're doing the basic material. I'm not touching it something which is too unique or something like that. Just the basic material. Okay. All right. This looks somehow. Guess there's too much contrast. 0.5. Because the black becomes really black. But so far so good, I think. You can still see all the details. I think I kind of don't like this sharp borders of those spots. Let's see if I can get rid of that. Let's add a blur filter. See if it's work. Yeah, I think it does exactly what it should be doing. Sharp cavity dirt. It looks too bright on diffuse. too bright. Should be darker. And I guess it can be even more. Yeah. Let's export and see the difference. Right here. And yeah, I guess it did. Pretty nice job. Though I guess it's too much at some point. Whoops, I was touching the wrong one. Yeah, this. All right. Can do more contrast. Okay, now I want to do some of the same big spots on a specular map, because there's definitely some difference on specular. Let's call it spec big spots. Let's keep everything except, turn off everything except specular. Go to specular, set to overlay. Set a different color, brighter, for example. Do the same thing. Okay, it did something. Some sort of like that, but that's too much. Turn it on and off and see if it makes any difference. That's too far. Really hard to find that perfect spot when it's still visible, but not that crazy, you know? Okay. Okay, another cool thing to do is to have take this slight edges and do the same trick I did on the trigger. Let's go and change the specular, for example, to a quite different tone. For example, reddish. And dark. Some sort of like that. And change the parameters of the mask. For example, you can invert it and do this crazy, what it did, I don't know. Okay. This thing does like a general variation of the specular. Yeah, this does really good job. Oh, and it's also gloss. Okay, let's replace this paint layer with another paint layer. Now fill it in. Don't do that. That's quite dramatic change in general specular color, but I think it's cool. It gives nice variation, more interesting. Parts are popping out. Let's see in the marmoset how this looks. So, like general generators in Substance is a cool tool. You can invert it, play with it, tons of parameters, and you can have this like really unexpected result. And it's really easy and cool, and there's no need to hand paint those things. Okay, this definitely did something. Okay, so I guess I'll go with it for now. I don't like that gloss variation that we did before. Somehow it, yeah, those gloss big spots. Let's re-export without it and see if it's better or not, because I'm not a fan of that. Well, no, it was doing a nice job actually. I can tone it down just a bit because it was too much for me, but it served a nice purpose. Okay, so turn it on, back, maybe I can try to do some different grunge mask or turn down the contrast. Yeah. Okay, let's try another procedural texture. This is quite a different effect that I was searching for. No, this is I can save this for later, because this is kind of cool thing, but I like to do those manually. So let's go back and search for better mask. Well, that's too much. Okay, this looks not bad. Let's try this guy. I don't like this, guys. This here, though it looks nice from far. Well, generally speaking, it looks good, but I don't like just certain parts. I can paint those out manually. Delete that blur, add a paint, and let's just cover this thing here, that thing there, this thing here. Do I have more of that? Like that. Okay. So another thing I want to do is darkening on those serrations, because those guys are too clean now. Let's add a new layer, call it serrations dirt, add a black mask, add generator dirt, turn down the grunge amount, now let's play with specular and gloss and diffuse, dark brownish color, and not glossy at all. Almost not glossy at all. So you can see this works not only for serrations, but just for heavy cavities. Guess I want to make it a bit more desaturated and less glossy, even more. Like that. Now I want to play with generator. Yeah. Yeah, that works. That works good. Let's export it and see. Okay, this dirt stands out too much somehow. Looks better in substance. So I think I should do the serrations spec as well, because it's too bright. Overlay. And gloss. Yeah. Add a black mask, generator, dirt, crunch amount, sort of like this. Specular, not that dark. And I want to be only there. Yeah. And now dirt can be even more not glossy. Now let's export it. Okay, yeah, this looks much better. It's not shining out that much. Yeah, just good. Okay, so the basic metal material looks quite not bad, but still there are some stuff that I need to fix before I go into something else. So this dirt is too much, so I want to fix that. It's good at certain places, but not at all. So let's mask it out right here. I don't need it there, like so. Same thing here. And now let's check out the whole slide. Okay, I guess I'll go another route, add a paint layer, set it to multiply, and now let's paint it only where we need it with 100% flow. Okay, so obviously it's here, right there, can be there, can be here. Serrations dirt. And for my taste, it's kind of too bright. Let's get it darker, like this. Yeah, as the metal is black, so it's better to make the dirt even darker. Okay. So I guess it was fine on the sides. So let's add some here. Not completely. Okay. Yeah, some sort of like that. Okay. So I guess I want to do those white spots right there. On the sides. I can't understand why I don't like this part here. Come on. No, it's just the substance, I guess. Looks fine. So let's go to this fiber and create a new layer, call it white spots. Leave everything disabled except diffuse map, add a black mask, and let's just paint it with a sharp alpha, like so. Oh, that's too much. That was too big. Let's make it smaller, like so. Yep. Now the aiming looks correct. There's also one thing I want to do is for that background over there. Let's go right here. Let's call it darkening. So leave everything disabled except diffuse, spec, and gloss. Set diffuse to completely black, specular to black, and completely not glossy, so it will be just basically black. Now let's edit the mask, and now I'm going to paint by polygon. So just select these guys. I don't need this part being visible because it's fake, you know. There should be some internals of the gun, but I want to hide those. So this is going to be like this, completely black. It's like something out there, but it's not. All right. Now another thing I want to do, which is quite obvious, is this hard edges right there, hard bright edges. And this is a result of holster carrying the gun. When you put the gun into a holster, this is like the first place you are going to interact with the holster. And so you can see this part is really wary, which is kind of cool. I really do like this straight scratch right there. I guess I'll do something kind of like that. This looks really good. So let's do that. So again, knowing and identifying those unique markings is the main thing that tells the story of this gun and makes it believable and makes it look cool and unique. So you should really pay attention to those kind of details. It's really important. Gives you like, it sells your weapon that you do. Okay, seems like this folder is not needed. Just delete it. Let's add a new layer, call it edges hard. Let's keep only spec, turn it pretty bright, add a black mask, add a generator, and let's do the metal edge generator. Grunge amount set to minimum so that, oh, you can see this thing creates really not bad effects right there. I kind of like it. So let's see if it does exactly what I want. I guess I'll have to create two separate layers because when you see those things, it is too much on the edges. So yeah, I'll go this for now, or a bit brighter. Yeah, like so. but obviously that's too much for all the edges, so let's add a paint layer, move it underneath, set to multiply, and now I want to paint those things where I think it's good. Obviously it's going to be here, but not all the way through, just the beginning. So obviously here, I'm just marking for now, not going too far. It's easier to do on the specular. Let's go up here and paint only on the slide so that it would be easier to control this thing. So I don't need this here because this is not logical. There will be nowhere at this part, but it will be some here, like that. This place will be tricky because it is mirrored. Okay, let's keep it like this. Let's do some part of it here, but not here. And obviously not here. Like that. And not here. Okay, I guess I would do it here because you would touch this place quite often. Same thing on this side. Okay, so now it's time to do this part looking nice. So let's go set the low flow and move it like this. Make it nice, like this gradient transition. Like so. This is not too bad. Right there. Okay, let's look at this with the material on. Okay, this looks not bad, but it's kind of too clean. You know, kind of too clean. Even with soft transitions. It's too clean in here as well. Make the transition like a gradient, like so. Let's add it here, for example. Don't make it that clean. Okay, now let's try and break it with a bit of a grunge so that it would be not that smooth, you know. Let's turn it on and off and see if it makes any sense. Let's play with it on the gloss. For example, make it darker. I don't like it here, it's too chunky. Let's make grunge less. Okay, so I guess I want to add some custom edges, custom painted edges, because it's too sharp, too clean. Need to break it somehow. So I have this nice alpha edge, this one. I actually did this alpha myself from a photo when I was flying in a plane, and there was this cardboard instruction for airplanes, and it had like really cool weird edge, and this is basically it. So come on, move the flow. Right, forgot the hotkeys. So make this transition soft, like so. Now it though looks more believable, not that clean. Okay, let's do the same thing here. I have a couple more edges here. Some of those look not bad as well. Let's use this one. Come on, rotate it. Like that. Yep. Gives me a nice result. Also, you can do the opposite part and paint like so. Also gives you a nice result. Makes this thing not that clean. Like this. Just want to do the same here. No, that was too much. Just do this. No, here. Yep. Like so. Just making those edges look nicer and not that clean, more dynamic, like this. Always forget to switch between brush and eraser. Like that. It's okay to use same alpha for both sides because you won't be able to see those from one angle, so it's cool. Like so. Edges. Come on. Again. Like so. Okay. Let's do the opposite part right here. Break it. Some sort of like this. And here and here. Like that. Okay, so the manually painted layer is kind of too bright. So I guess I want to do some sort of like this. So that it would be not that bright. However, you can see it messes up my black mask that I painted. So let's go and do the same thing again, but on the correct layer. Like that. Okay. It did something. Now let's duplicate this guy here. Delete the paint layer. Delete another paint layer set to normal and crank it up for that kind of cool stuff there. Those things. Yeah, those things look good. So now let's add paint layer. Set to multiply. And now let's just paint it here with white mask. Right there. I don't need it on the edge, that harsh. Guess that's too much. Keep it like this. Okay, so what I want to do now is this kind of crazy thing. But I think it's better to do here, I guess, or here, not sure. So let's add another paint layer, manual. Let's go to alphas and find a nice alpha. This one is not bad. Or this one. You can see that line over there. Come on, turn off angle, jitter. Okay, let's try it. And now just clean the rest, which is not needed, obviously. Whoa, that's too much. I don't need it on the barrel. And I needed this guide rod here. So let's check it out. I think I need more control over it, so let's duplicate this guy. On the previous one, delete this paint layer. On this guy, delete everything except this paint layer. Edges, hard, manual. Now it's easier to fix it. That's too far. This looks not bad. Let's another paint layer. Go to this and find edges again and put it there. And erase the extra. Okay. Let's make it not that obvious. Not that bright, but a bit darker. You can see that. Clean it up. Right here. And I guess I want to do the same thing, but on the other side. So do this. And let's try to use the same alpha or this one. Right there. Now clean out the rest. I don't need it anywhere else but there. Right, I bet it did everything else on the barrel and the guide rod. Yep. Right there. clean this up as well, so it's easier to paint on here. And let's make this transition a bit better looking. So how about this guy? Come on, this one. Nope. Still no. Let's try the one I used before. Now just clean it up. As you can see, there's quite a bit. There's actually a lot of manual work, and this is what makes the whole difference when you look at some kind of gun. When there's like a lot of that hand painted stuff, it actually makes the difference. It makes the gun looks believable and cool. Yeah. Now you like do believe that there might be this part of the holster when you put the gun and you leave those marks. This is kind of cool. So I want to make this transition a bit lighter. Right here. Because it's going off too harsh. Same here. Like that. Okay. So let's add a bit more this smudgy part. Not sharp, but a bit different. Let's try this alpha here. Turn off angle. Let's fix it. Whoa, that's too much. Some sort of like that. Guess I deleted too much. Let's set flow to 1. See, like even number 1 flow parameter makes a difference. Yeah, this looks nice. This looks much better. Let's do the same on this side. Maybe there's another alpha. How about this one? Yep. Yeah, this makes sense. All right. And I guess I want to make it glossy. Because it looks weird when it's not glossy. At least the same gloss level as the rest. Like so. And there's like really cool thing as well. Here you can see that yellowish to green. I guess it's because of the gases expanding from the tip of the barrel when the gun is firing. So that makes a different color here. That would be neat as well. I want to place that thing before the hard edges. Let's call it barrel tip variation. Black mask. Generator. Edge wear. And set specular to overlay. And invert your mask. And now let's play with the grunge amount and everything rest. No, I guess I'll go with custom generator. Cavities and edges. Not sure which one I need. About cavities only or edges. Not sure which one do I need. Let's go with cavities. Or I can go without any kind of generator. I think I go with just a simple brush. Let's try it. But not here, but here. Yeah. Well, I guess the regular brush will do the work. This is not the final color, obviously. Just for better mask painting. Now let's flip and make this gradient like more gradient, softer transition, like that. Yep, that looks nice. Now let's do the color work. So let's go with something reddish. Yellowish. Obviously that's too much. How about that? I guess somewhat like this looks okay. Let's see the whole gun here. Yep. Okay, let's see how this thing gonna look like in Marmoset. Oh, I actually don't like this. This is too much. Oh. So let's save this guy and send it to Marmoset and see how it's gonna be. Okay, so this looks not that bad, but the only thing that I don't like that this edge wear is too bright. It's cool, but it's too bright. How about this side? I like this side more. I really like this color variation. The yellowish part there looks kind of cool. But this thing is too bright. Okay. Yeah. However, this one is not that bright, or it is. I don't know. Okay, let's go here. And let's tone down some of these guys. For example, this one. Make it not that bright. Yeah. Same for this one. Still bright enough so that you could see it, but not that bright so that it stands out too much. Yeah, this is this is another way of doing this. Okay. So I guess I want to make this yellowish part less glossy. I think it's gonna, but with overlay mode. Somewhat like this. Yeah. Assuming that this is some kind of gas sticked to the slide, like small particles of it. That might be true actually. Let's make it a bit smoother here. No, not that hard. Smoother. Like that. Like so. Yep. And I need to clean it here. Or I need to add it here. I guess I need to add it. But at here. Like so. Guess that's kinda too much. So let's try this another trick. Duplicate this layer and let's add levels and tone it towards the center and make it different color. For example, yellowish or reddish or green. Yeah. So that you can see you have this two-tone transition. Like this, and let's blur it. Or let's switch places, blur and levels. Or no. Turn off glossiness. Let's leave only the color. And make it barely seen. So that, yeah, you can see that there's more than one color going on and it's much more interesting now. Okay. Okay, so I guess I want to go further with this like specular things going on, especially here. Really wild stuff going on. So let's try to do something like that. And I want to duplicate this edges hard manual and call it big spec manual, some sort of like that. Add a paint, no, add a black mask, add a paint. And now let's manually using alphas do some kind of that variation. So let's go to alphas and let's try and pick the one that can serve its purpose. How about this one? No. How about this one? No. I need something more sort of like this. Well, no. Okay, I guess this one is still the best. This is really good alpha. I'm using this one really quite a lot. And let's place it underneath our edges. Turn off gloss and turn the specular to overlay. And now let's find that spot that will make a difference right there. Well, that looks quite nice, actually. Let's erase at those places that this thing is not needed. Make transition more soft. Yeah, this looks quite nice. Guess I could go even brighter. Sort of like this. Yeah, this looks really good. Let's clean it up right here. I do not need it there. And right here. Okay, this looks cool. Let's do the other side. Come on. Like that. It's kind of a good thing to use one alpha and then just erase a lot of it so that it's not going to look the same everywhere, because that might be the problem, because if you're using same alpha everywhere, this will look basically the same. You don't need that, obviously. You want every stroke look different, so it's really useful to do this. Oh, come on. Like that. Guess it's too much over here. Yeah, you can definitely see something going on there, which is really, really good looking. And let's do the same thing on the top. I'm not sure if I still do like these guys, to tell you the truth. Let's leave barely seeing those. Like that. Okay. Right. Like that. Let's do this thing here in such a manner. And you can actually do this kind of stuff. Exclude the same alpha out of the same alpha. And whoa, no. Yeah, it affected too much or not. Oh, come on. Yeah. Now let's go to this, to the eraser tool, and cut everything which is not needed. This one is too much over here. All of this is actually a matter of personal preference, whether you like it or not. I just like a lot of things, but subtle. This is the main thing that creates the whole picture. A lot of subtle things. This is what makes some parts look really good. A big amount of different subtle things. Yeah, I do like the way it looks here. So let's check the reference. Guess I can do something here. So let's try to add this guy here. No, I guess it's going to be different way of doing that. So I really like this cool effect, and I'm thinking where else I can put it. Obviously this thing happened because of that part touches holster or something. I guess I could add some of it here, as the finger is resting on this place, like that. And let's just clean it up. Make it not that strong, but still yet visible, like that. Yeah, looks good. And let's do the same thing on this side, somewhat like here, for example. Yeah. And why not to add it just on top of this? Like so. Obviously this is not a result of any kind of wear or special treatment in this place. This is just decoration. This is a nice looking effect. I want to make it cool and looking nice. So I'm just adding it here. Gives a nice variation on the specular. Like that. And it works. Looks good. Okay, let's save and export to Marmoset to see if this thing works. Okay. Okay, so can't actually see it on the specular. Why is that? No, I can, but I guess that's because of contrast. Too much of contrast. Let's add some more sources of light. It actually mixes up with the glossiness, with the general glossiness, I guess. Let's try and turn that off. Gloss variation. No, it's not the one. Gloss big spots. Yeah, now let's export again and see if there's a difference. Also, the material in general might be too glossy. I guess I can add a gloss overlay that will tone down the glossiness. Let's see here now. Well, actually, it's hard to see it still, even with that gloss turned off. Well, you kind of can see, but it's not that obvious. And yes, I think the reason is now it looks not that glossy. It makes more sense. So, and you can see that big gloss spots creates like too much glossiness. Let's try and tone it down. Let's try to switch it to overlay and bring it down. No, not that down. Just a bit. And big spec manual, let's make it a bit stronger, like this. And Let's erase it here because it's too bad. Yeah. Where is the big gloss spots? Yeah, gloss big spots. Well, it kind of creates difference, but too slightly. Okay, let's try this. Export it. Okay. Well, I guess it kind of looks not bad. I can definitely see that spec variation here, but not on the other side. Why so? I can see that on the top, right here as well, but not here. I guess the X, yeah, this XD hurts this thing. I need to do some of it right here so that it will be more seen. Okay, let's make it stronger. First of all, let's see if this thing actually is on the proper place. Let's increase it just a bit. And big spec manual. Let's edit this again. Yeah, it goes on this XD, which is just covering that thing. I need to do something more manually here. Like so. And maybe some here. Yeah, you can see that alpha just made for that spot. Like this. Let's make it even more stronger. Because actually on the reference it's quite strong. Or even more. Or even more. Let's go crazy. Okay, let's export this guy. Okay, let's see in Marmoset. Yes, this looks not bad, not bad at all, but a bit too much with the glossiness, with the glossy spots. Obviously, too much. But the spec looks good. I like the way the specular looks. Let's turn off everyone except one guy. Yeah, I'll turn down the glossiness just a bit, but the rest looks nice. Let's bring this guy down here. Yeah, so now you can see the top. Yep, this looks good. So go to this spec, no, gloss big spots, and turn it down, but not too much, like this. Okay. So another thing that I like to do is adding random spots, dark and bright at the same time. So let's add a new layer underneath edges. Call it light spots. Specular to overlay. Set it brighter. Add a black mask. Add a fill. And let's drop, for example, even this alpha here. And scale it. Like so, for example. Or even more. Like that. Now let's add some levels. Some sort of like that. And set the brightness to maximum. And you can see those spots right there. Such things is a common thing. They happen all the time at any kind of surface. There will always be some dark and light spots, like randomly. Okay. Like so. Let's duplicate and call it dark spots. And let's change the fill layer with something different. Something a bit more noisy. For example, this one. Yeah. This one's going to be dark, but not too dark. And a bit scaled up because that was too small. like so. You can see that those dark and light spots, they create a nice variation. I guess I can duplicate the dark spots and rotate them differently so that there will be more of those, just like that. Yep. This creates nice variation. So another thing I thought would be nice is where is this thing? Barrel tip variation. Yeah, this one. Let's add a paint layer and let's add it right there. Right here. Because I have this nice reference right there. Kinda does the same thing here. That might be dirt or something else, which is less glossy. And now let's just erase softly. No, I said softly. Like that. Like so. I don't like this seam too much. However, it's still there. Why so? Who is that? This one. No, I don't need it here. Right, the black. Yeah. This thing creates a seam. But not only it. What else? Add a paint layer. Like that. Let's turn on the rest. Yeah. Okay, and let's use this alpha for erasing and see if it's gonna work. Angle jitter to 0. Yeah, this looks not bad. But not that strong. some sort of like that. Nope, that's too much. Still too much. Still too much. Some sort of like that. Okay. No, I don't do that because it affects this part. I don't need that. So let's select the eraser tool, flow to 1, and decrease it in this manner. So that it's still there, but not that hard. So before we go further with this metal part, I think I want to revise the plastic, because I think I'm going to rough with it, and based on the latest references, I think I want to go with this kind of color, which is more saturated and more like orange, like brownish orange, something like that. And I want to tone down a bit more the damage and this effect here. I think it's actually, this is a natural process. Every time I do texturing, I want to go back and revise something, because the next day you watch your work and you think that you have like this fresh view, and you can understand that you did something wrong, or now you just don't like it. So when you like doing constantly one part, your vision can be like distracted, or you just get used to the image. So like when you look at this with the fresh sight, this might give you better perspective. So nothing too crazy about it actually, because I already have all of my layers here. So what I want to do is just tweak those just a bit. So the easiest way is to just hide all the layers I have right now, just one by one. And I'm actually going to hide metal as well, because it takes time to reprocess. So I'm going to unhide every one of those. Like that. Yep. So this is base color. So let's start with the base color. Again, this won't take too much time, I hope so, because again, we already have all the layers, all the things are settled. So the only thing left is just to tweak those things. So I just picked a color from the reference, and now I just wanna manually adjust it. Some sort of another cool thing, each next layer you set to overlay, so that when you change the color or the tone, it will be pretty much the same result, because it is set to overlay. So that's why I do most of my new layers set to overlay on that channel that has the most information. For this one, it's diffuse. So let's tweak the color. Reddish, kind of orange. Bit desaturate it like that. Okay, so let's go with that. And for this one, I still want to make it look different. How about this? This is pretty different. Okay. Now, another thing that I was going to do is to soften the grain, because the grain is kind of too harsh. If you look right here, there is kind of grain, but it's not that strong. It's kind of strong here, though. I guess that depends on the lighting conditions of the reference. So it's kind of smooth here, and especially here. So I want to go just a bit softer than here. So let's go and technical. Yeah, this is the one. Yeah, I guess that's lower. And another thing I wanted to do is to set this gloss overlay that makes everything less glossy, because I thought that was from a fresh side, I would say that's too much, I guess. Okay, I'll do this at the end, I'm not sure about now. So let's go on. This is a color variation, right? This is okay. This is okay. This is another color variation, right? Now have gloss variation, which is pretty aggressive. Let's tone it down a bit. Same with this guy, tone it down, not that harsh. Okay, now the big gloss stuff, let's tone this down as well. I don't want it to be that hard. Whoops, I'm touching the wrong guy. Now slightly. Yeah, you still can see difference, right? Another gloss variation. I want to edit the paint layer because it's kind of good, but not everywhere. So go to brushes. And I guess I don't want it here. I don't want here. I don't want it here. Here is fine. And this side, I don't like it here and here. Okay, yeah, that's fine. More gloss, which does something. More gloss. Okay, let's keep it. Slight edges, okay. Slight dust, okay as well. Wear edges. Okay, this one is too hard on the gloss. Let's turn it down a bit. Like so. Okay, so fine. Let's keep it like that. Harsh. Okay, this one's good. Random spots. That's too much. Yeah, I can see the border of the alpha here. Let's clean it up. Yep. Another color variation. Yeah, this one's good. Also, I guess I would like to go here and to edit this. That's too much over there. All right, let's go on. Color gradient. I don't like it down here. I want to do smoother transition here. Okay. Color variation, another. Dirt markings. Random bumps. Another. And another. Heavy wear. Yeah, this guy is too much. Okay. Glossy scratches. This is pretty cool, but too much. Let's tone it down. And tone it down even more. Okay. Height, let's make it not that deep. Like so. Yep. Dark markings. Let's tone that down. Some more of that. Okay, I'll keep it. Big bumps. Okay, these guys need to be sharper. And okay, I'll keep it like this. Well, and gloss overlay. Let's see if I do need that. Well, let's keep it for now. Let's turn on metal. Here we go, and I think this looks better. Still, the color is not 100% accurate. Let's try and tweak the color a bit more towards this guy here. So let's do this. So okay, let's keep it somewhere there. All right. Or no, just a bit more desaturated. That. Okay, yeah, this is quite confusing already because doing the same stuff over and over. Let's match this guy a bit better. Make it, no, not darker, but different tone. Like that. let's say the mag and the frame are from different sets of the gun. Okay, now let's export this guy and see how it's gonna look like in Marmoset. Okay. Well, I guess it looks better. Okay, so yeah, this looks subtle enough, yet it has some information. So let's go on with the metal. What I want to do here now is this cool effect right here. See those tiny scratches that are shiny on the gloss? This looks kind of really not bad, so I want to do that kind of stuff. Okay, so this is the last layer that I was doing, right? So obviously let's create a new layer, turn off everything except glossiness. Yep, like that. Turn it even more glossy. Add black mask, add paint layer, why not? And I have that alpha, not bad alpha, which is this one. And let's try and do some kind of that stuff. Yeah, that works. Let's try this one. Yeah, that's too much. Of course I will delete some of that, but in general this is good. Turn off backface culling. Yeah. Now let's do the same on the other side. Here. Like that, and on the top as well. Okay. So now let's go here and clean everything up. So I don't need it here. Select your paint layer. I don't need here. I don't need it on the mags. I don't need it here. I don't need it anywhere except the slide. Yeah, even here I don't need it. Right there. Let's add levels to cut the white, and let's select the alpha for the eraser. I like to use this one, which is quite sharp, and start from this part. I don't need that there. It is illogical to have that thing there. Like that. Okay, now let's manually clean that extra scratches. I don't want to do it like over the top. I want to keep this thing artistic. So there's some of it, but not too much. And then I might add some manually. Let's call it glossy scratches. All right. Now let's add another paint layer, and let's this time do these guys manually. Some sort of. Why is it smaller? Okay, now let's erase some of that. Okay. So now let's check it out in Marmoset. Whoa, that's too sharp. That's kind of too much. Yeah, I think I did a bit of a mistake using this guy here. Let's delete it. And the layers as well. That was too much. And it's too glossy. Let's make it not that glossy. Let's try another alpha. And let's try to set this glossiness channel to overlay. So now you can barely see this. Okay, let's try and export this. Well, there is this thing, but I think I could go harder. Just tiny bit harder. And add some here. Bit glossier. And let's manually add some more here. Alphas. Oh, come on. Still forgot to switch. Still forget to switch between erase and brush. Now, brush. Let's do another paint layer. Okay, let's try this. And now it's too much. Like, yeah, at this point you see that's too much. Way too strong. Need to tone it down. Like that. Okay. Yes, this is exactly that amount that I wanted. It is still there. You can see it here and there, but it's subtle enough. So it's not that jumping straight at you, but you can still see that. Yeah, right there. This is a thing that makes the difference. All right. So I kind of like the way the metal is turning out, though we're still not done with it. There is some more to come. Yeah, though it looks cool for now. So the next thing I want to do is I think I want to develop this specular thing a bit more. Big spec stuff, yeah. Let's add another paint layer, or, which is better, let's duplicate this guy, add a black mask, add a paint layer, and do this with a bit of a color. I'm not sure which one, but let's figure it out. So let's go to this. Let's place this blob here. Control E. Let's do it only here. Like so. Erase where it's not needed. And let's see if it's in the correct place. Quite subtle, but not bad. Same thing here. Well, I guess I'm overthinking. This is too much. Yeah, I don't need this. Okay, so the next thing that I want to do is, where is it? Yeah, this glossy, oily parts. So obviously when you touch the gun in certain places, or certain places touches upon things that are heavily oiled, they will have this kind of stuff. So this will be a glossy thing. So let's call it oil, for example. gonna leave everything disabled except gloss. Turn that high, or turn to overlay, like so, and add a black mask, add paint layer. And I have this really nice alpha that I did myself out of the picture, which is called low. The name is not logical anyway. Come on, paint. Right there. You can see it's a set of fingerprints that can actually give a really good result. Yeah, but right now I don't want it to look like fingerprints. I want to make it look like smudged oil, something like that. Like stain or something. Let's try a different one. It's too big. I need another scale for that. Yeah, this looks better. I guess it looks better. I'm not sure. It looks nice in general, but it's not giving me the result I want, which is quite subtle. Should be quite subtle. Let's try somewhat like this. Come on. Brush, not eraser. Let's go back here. Try place it right there. Like so. How about I try this guy? But not on 100% flow, like this. Like so. Now let's export this test variant to Marmoset and see if I'm moving into the right direction or not, because this looks uncertain. quite uncertain. Well, it looks not bad. Because of the contrast, it looks too dark in Marmoset. I guess I would tone it down a bit, but it's fine. I guess okay-ish. Too glossy. Right, I need to clean it here. Right there. Whoops. Yeah, like this. Let's add another paint layer and try to do the same result, but this side with the proper alpha. Let's try this one again. Let's add levels. Okay. Also have this alpha, which is cold smudge, and I'm still in eraser. Oh my God. Let's go up here and clean this here. Like that. And For example, let's add the same thing down here. Come on, the brush. Right there. But a bit stronger. Brushes. Okay. Okay. Let's try and add some of this here. This will add this slight fingerprint pattern, which is over the top at the moment. Yeah, I need to do this here on the levels. Right there. Okay. And delete it. Come on. Okay, let's go to 2D and find this trim. This guy here. Right, and before that set to UV and texture. Now we're doing correctly. Go back to 3D only, material, and there are like really slight fingerprints over there. Let's export it and see. Okay. All right, so actually I do like it here. I kind of like it here. I don't like it here and too much on here. And as for the top, it looks good from the top. Extremely slight, but you can still see it. It's not that catchy. It's not bad. Yeah, the top one looks good. But this side is need to be fixed. This and this. All right. So it's hardly seen on the gloss map. So yeah, it's this one. Like that. too much with this guy here. Now let's re-export it. Yeah, now it's appropriate. Now there's some of it, but not too much. And yeah, looks okay. So about the fingerprints, like it's huge tendency of people doing fingerprints in this kind of matter. Come on, the brush, right? And they take a fingerprint, rotate it like this, and boom, you got it. That's even too subtle. People tend to do it more like this. That's a fingerprint, right? Well, that's really bad. Don't do that. That's another. If you want to add a fingerprint, make it extremely slight, and don't do the whole fingerprint, because it's really hard to find like a perfect one on the surface, and usually it's smudged and a part of a fingerprint. And always scale your fingerprint accordingly, because this is a trigger and the fingertip is actually this kind of size. When you making a fingerprint, don't make it like a tiny people fingerprint like this, because this is hilarious. This is either a giant gun or a user has tiny hands. So always adjust the size of the fingerprint according to the trigger. Alright, and place those fingerprints really slightly so that you barely see that. That's when it's going to work and look good. So, where were we? Right. So let's check out the reference and see what else can be done. I think I could go with this edge wear on here to make it big and fat and strong. What else? Right, I have also this here and this here and the dirt over here. This should be done. And you can also see this edge wear on the top of this. So okay, yeah, let's do some kind of that edge wear. So let's go to come on, where is it? Slide edges. Right, edge is hard. Here it is. Edge is hard manual. Right. I think I can go a bit harder here, a bit brighter, like that. Okay, so let's duplicate this guy. Let's add a black mask, add a generator, custom generator, and let's do it customly. So yeah, this is what I was searching for. Let's go to specular and set it to overlay and set the brightness higher. And I guess no, this is not what I was aiming for. This is what I was aiming for. So add a paint layer, move it down, set this guy to multiply. And let's now manually do this in a certain areas. And let's make it soft so that it would transition softly. And I don't need it in certain areas. I don't need here. Whoops. Like that. And let's do the opposite side softly. Right there. Okay, okay. So let's see how it's gonna look like. Okay, yeah, this is quite nice. This thing did not that much, but still visible. Still visible. So another thing that I want to do is tiny light scratches like these, but a bit bigger. So let's find this big back spots. No, not this one. What this does. Hey, I kind of like this one. Let's crank it up a bit. Oh no. Yeah. Light spots, right. Exactly. Let's call it light scratches. Add a fill. No. Add a black mask. Add fill. Go to procedurals. And let's find this. Crunch. Let's try this one. Maybe it's gonna do something nice. Some kind of scratch. Yeah, I kind of like this one, but it's definitely not. It's definitely too much. I want to crank it down at certain areas. So it's easier to do with paint and set this one to multiply. And now let's just paint those areas that I need. Like this. Like this. Like this. This one's okay. Right there, looks good. That's fine. Yeah, some scratches there. Small, but yet kind of cool thing. All right, let's export it and check it out. Yeah, I see those guys. Yeah, this looks good. This looks appropriate. Okay, so let's go and add some this nasty dirt over there. So I had this similar material on the plastic. Let's find it, just duplicate it. Plastic, dirt sharp. Yeah, that's it. Duplicate layer. No. Now duplicate it. Copy layer. And let's put it here. Paste layer. And let's see what it does. Right. Exactly. Whoa, that's too much. Turn off diffuse. Turn off gloss. Turn off, yeah. That's obviously too much, way too much. As well as this one. Okay, add a paint layer, and let's just do the same thing and paint only there where we need it. Right there. And right here as well. All right. Maybe just a bit of here. Bit of here. Right. And that's it. Guess it's too much over here. Yeah, that's better. So I also want to do this part over here. And the way to do that is change the color, the specular. Right. So let's find this spec variation. Spec variation. No. 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 Come on, where is it? Slight edges, really? Yep, really. Turn everything on. Add a paint layer. And let's just paint it. Okay. And let's create a new folder. Let's call it slide back. Add a new layer. Let it be glossiness with overlay here and the folder. It's not going to be glossy, it's going to be less gloss. And add a black mask, add color selection, pick color, and right. Okay, turn off color selection, and let's do this thing. Select mesh and click on this guy here. Let's make these two things look separate. They're still same metal, but quite different. Right there. And let's duplicate this guy. Come on, what is it? Yeah. Duplicate it, turns back now. Turn it darker. Add black mask and color selection, and now pick this guy here so that you can see the difference. And let's call this guy outer, this guy inner, and the last one, let's call it tip, which is going to be the charged gun indicator. Let's make it bright. On the specular, overlay, overlay, like that. Add a black mask and select this mesh right there. And okay, set to normal. Specular to normal. Like that, but not that bright. Specular. This bright. Alright, now you can see those are different materials. And one last thing. I want to do. Let's mask out this guy here. Here. I want to work a bit more on this part because you will see this really up close. So I want to make sure this looks good. Let's select the outer. Duplicate this guy. Come on, where is it? Yeah. Duplicate, select specular. Let's select different, like this. Add generator, metal, right. And invert it. Yeah, some sort of like that. And now let's play with parameters just a bit. Turn up gloss. Let's go a bit reddish with specular. Not that reddish. Darker. Set specular to overlay. And I can duplicate the tip, so no, it's not helping, it's not making it brighter. And it's not helping doing that. I can just put it here. Set to normal, yeah, obviously. Like that. Okay. And I want to do this tiny scratch over there and some like sort of more stuff going on here. So glossy scratches, dirt sharp. Where are those scratches? White scratches, yeah. Add a paint, and let's do something here. Go to alphas, select this guy here, and backface to 0. And let's do something like that. Yeah. Now let's erase those parts that I don't need, which are on the inner part here. And this one. Right. Okay. So I want to do something else here as well to make this part look more interesting. Let's add something more. I guess I want to use a generator or something like that. Generator. Let's use a custom one. Curvature. Some sort of like that, okay? And this is another trick. Let's select procedural white noise and set this fill layer to subtract, like so. So now you have, okay, maybe not white noise. Let's try a different one. Something that look quite interesting. Okay, let's try this one. Now let's add a paint layer, set this one to multiply. No, not subtract, multiply. Right, and now let's paint only a certain area, which is this one. Yes. Now let's go back and now do something with this, right? Overlay. Overlay on the specular. And I think this was worth it, the amount of time I've spent on this. And set the glossiness to overlay as well. and make it not glossy. Well, not that. Just a bit not glossy. Yes. Well, yeah, the glossiness was not needed, but this is quite good. This is a really important part because we are going to see this really often when you're going to aim it, right? So you want to make sure this looks good. Okay, so let's save and export and see if how does it look in Marmoset. Okay, so here's the dirt, looks good. Here's the tip, which is also look good. Yeah, pretty satisfied with this result. Okay, so we're moving forward and let's go on. So before we go further with metal, I still wanna go back to the plastic because it turns out that metal is pretty straightforward and nice looking, but the plastic I can't get through and have a desirable result. So, but that's okay. That's an artistic route that you have to take, and you have to struggle with some parts. It's pretty much normal. So what I want to do is go back to plastic and remove those big bumps. I think they look quite unnatural. So delete that. Also, I want to go back to color gradient, this one, and make it softer because I think it's quite too much. All right, some sort of like that. Okay. Okay, that looks better. So okay, so that's it for the plastic for now. Let's go back to the metal. Okay, we have the tip. So I think I wanna add some strong scratches, somewhat like this one. This is pretty strong and it stands out really much. And I think I want to go with something like this because this is really strong, really stands out, and I don't have none of that. Actually, this thing is too much. And I wanted to fix this part over here because it is way too much. So let's start with fixing this thing. So, big spec manual. Okay, I was not going for this one, but let's fix this guy a little. Yeah, like that. Okay, barrel tip, yes. Yes, that is exactly what I was looking for. Wow, this looks good without this thing. The different colors. So I like it here, even here, but at the very tip this looks too over the top. So let's take that away and leave this greenish kind of color. Let's clean it up just a bit here as well, like that. Yeah. Okay, let's check it out. Yeah, that's much more appropriate. This looks nicer. Okay. So the scratches, right? Let's find scratches. Who is this? I don't know. Glossy scratches. No, these are not the ones. These are not droids that I'm looking for. How those glossy scratches look like? I think I can make them like just a bit glossier. 0.6. Whoa, that's dramatic. Not sure. Okay, let's go 0.58. Like that. Okay, let's keep it like this. Scratches, I need scratches. I also wanted to add more oil because I browsed through references and found that it's kind of a bit more oil than I think. Okay. Sharp. Come on, where are the scratches? Light scratches. Yes, here these guys are. Let's duplicate it and call it hard scratches. Add a black mask. Paint. Alphas. And I kind of do like this one. And somehow it's not showing. Yep, now it is. Let's make it bigger, like that. And or not here. Let's make it somewhere where we don't have scratches. Like so, yeah. And make it pop out stronger, which is not right now. It's 100%, right? Specular. Okay, let's make it soft light. Yeah. Yeah, some sort of like this. Now just erase the extra, which is too much. Also here, because it's not logical to have those there. And I think I can add just a bit of height to make it more pronounced. Add a really, really small number. Another 0. Now I can add a little bit more. 3. Yeah, there's a tiny bit of information about it. And I see it's on the barrel, so I need to fix that. I don't need it on the barrel. Just like that. Okay. And I think I want to do this guy the same way because it's too dark. So somewhere up. Edge is hard. Yep, this guy here. Turn on the specular. Like so. All right. Now let's go back to those scratches I did before, which I cannot find. Hard scratches, right. Here they are. Let's go back here and add some kind of there. Yes, like that. And on top of this here as well. But back face culling. Turn off the back face so that it's not going to project any other place. And now let's erase those parts that we do not need. Like this. This big guy here. Turn it on and off to see what's there and what's not. Yes, like this. Okay. Okay, so Getting back to the references to see what can else be done. Okay, the oil. Let's do the oil. Add a paint layer, another one. And I want to add some here, this area, right there. So let's find nice and soft alpha. Or actually I can try do it with simple brush. Right. See how it's gonna be. Since I want to make it soft. Yep. Like that. Same thing here. Let's check the top of this. Looks kind of nice. I kind of like it. Right there. Let's add some here on the serrations, but on the outer part, not inner. So you have to fix this. Erase that. I don't need it. Only on the inside. Yeah. Like the outside, right? Okay, it's not symmetrical, this part somehow. Like so. Okay, let's save it and export to Marmoset and see what do we have. How are we doing there? Sorry guys if you hear any extra sounds. I have a racetrack behind my window. The cars are speeding, but that's okay. 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 So the glossy scratches went over the top, obviously. That's too much. But the hard edges, the hard scratches, this one is kind of neat. Yeah, kind of neat. Okay, let's go back to glossy scratches and turn them back to 4. Whoa, that's not glossy. To 5. To 55. No, to 51 or 52. I think I cannot see those. Let's go 54. Yeah, now let's re-export it. And yes, yep, we're doing good now. Exactly. So about the glossiness, that's too much. I'm thinking if this one is good. It's like whoop, like maybe I should erase this part because it looks too crazy. And let's tone down the oil. This paint layer. Let's tone it down to 65%. And hard scratches. Sorry guys, I think I'll go with this. Like that. Alright. Now let's export it again. Okay. Boom. And yeah, I guess Control F to center your camera around the object. And yeah, it looks kind of cool here as well. So there's another like tiny thing that makes a cool thing is this one. You can see we have this stamped markings, and because the metal has a bit of a curve right there, it like stands out just a bit because of the stamping. It has this like slight edge wear, so it's not consistent, but it has it is at some points, so I want to do that. Let's go back to Substance. Let's wait until it saves. Well, I'm not sure about this gun because it's quite modern, and it might have these markings not stamped but milled or engraved, or I don't know. It might be anything, but I think it's still okay to add that. Gives more story. So let's go, for example, over here and call it markings border. Right, I'm typing Russian. Markings border. It's also really helpful if you try to name each of your layer in a logical way. Excuse me, I have a fireman car passing near my house. You might hear it, and I'm tired of pausing the video every time this happens, so sorry guys. Okay, they passed. Nope. Okay, I was saying that it's really useful to name every layer of yours so that you could actually find what you need, because as you can see I have a ton of layers. Like, it's really a lot. So it's really helpful to name them. So markings, border. Let's do everything except specular, overlay, lighter, like that. This looks kind of neat, but too bright, of course. So let's add a black mask, add generator, add metal edge wear, and see where we can go with this. Let's go to the specular channel right there, and now let's play with parameters. So let's make it more contrast, not that contrast, and try to make the grunge scale lower. Guess like that. Yeah, this looks not bad. Let's try soft light or even brighter. No, let's go with overlay. Same thing, paint layer on the bottom, this one to multiply. And now let's just paint where I want this. So this should be also subtle, so don't paint it everywhere. Paint it somewhere. Like that. Okay, let's do this and then just cut off the ones that I don't need. Do I really see this? Okay, now let's use the soft light. Now we can see this. Or no, let's go back to overlay. Okay. It's really hard to say if this thing is there, but when you turn it off, you can see that something changes. So that's okay. That's a good sign. That means this thing has some point. So let's do the same thing here. I think I can go with levels and try to increase this effect later. No, I don't need it there. Like that. Same here, just a bit. No, not on the barrel. Here. Like that. Okay. Now let's try and add some levels. See if that will make any difference. Okay. Let's go to paint and make it more soft. The transitions between each other so that they were not that contrast. Like so. Okay, this is an extremely subtle effect, but let it be. Okay, so let me check the reference again, if there's something I want to add more. So, okay. Okay, so now let's work some on the internal parts. Alright, so for example, with the barrel. Alright, so what I want to do is this kind of thing, and this kind of thing. The wear on the barrel. So let's go here to the barrel, and let's do some working with this guy here. So first of all, I think it will be nice to add the milling effect. You can see that vertical pattern right there. I want to make it a bit stronger. So for this thing, what I want to do is create another folder and call it barrel, so that I could find any kind of effect that is made on the barrel. So okay, let's keep everything disabled except diffuse. Add a black mask and select the mesh barrel right there. Now let's add another black mask. Add a fill. Go to procedurals and let's add this. Let's try this one. Rotate it 90 degrees like so. Obviously scale it really much like this. And okay, I want to do this thing only on the cylindrical shape. So for that, I'll have to create another folder and call it milling. Drop this guy over here, add another black mask, and let's try and select faces. And the downside of this is that we selected also the inner parts. So to deselect those, go to 2D mode, and let's find this thing on the UV, the inner part of the barrel, which is somewhere. Come on, where is it? Where is it? No, come on. Yeah, this is it. You can do this, or you can just click X to switch between black and white mask. So let's go to the black mask and do this. All right. Go back to 3D only. Now you can see we have mask only on those polygons that I need. All right. Now let's go back to this guy over here. Disable diffuse, turn on height. Let's set the negative parameter, but not too crazy. 0.005. like this. And let's add a bit of a specular information on top of that. So let's try lighter. I cannot do the overlay because I'll have to switch all the folders to overlay. So let's try color pick kind of here and crank it up high, crank it up to lighter, like so. Let's try to add a sharpen effect to make those lines crispier, like that, but they're too strong now. So let's edit this value to 1. Some sort of, that's even too much. Let's go another, let's add another 0, 5. And let's see if it, right here. Well, it's okay. I guess it's fine. So, as I'm doing this part here, I wanted to do, where is it? This, right here. This kind of thing. So for that, I would need a nice alpha. Let's keep the thing in the same folder. Let's add a new layer. Call it spec spot. Turn everything off except specular. And no, actually, you know, yeah, let's go to overlay because I'll need it. Overlay, overlay. Same thing here, overlay, and not screen, overlay. Right there, and let's edit the specular tone here now, desaturate it, set it a bit lighter, like so. All right, this looks proper. Let me double check the reference. Okay, let's do this guy again. All right, add a black mask, add a paint, go to alphas, and let's pick one of the alphas and try out. Turn off the angle jitter, something like this. All right. And the barrel is somehow not symmetrical, which is really weird. I thought I made it symmetrical, but I guess not. Well, okay. Well, that's a mistake of mine. I had, like, it would be much better if I did the barrels symmetrical, but okay. I should, like, split it on 2 halves, but since I don't have that, okay, fine. But usually for like game projects, I do that. Fine. So Okay, it's really not comfy to paint masks like this, so let's go to 2D mode, find the barrel, and go here to UV and texture. Now you can see this lays down pretty nice. Let's do it somewhat like this. Am I doing it from the right side? Nope. I need it from the other side. Here. Yeah, there. The left one. Like so. Let's go to the 3D. And let's see if this looks nice. Nice enough. Well, I guess it looks okay with only this. Yeah. Also, I have these nice alphas. Let's see if one of these is gonna work. Let's add another paint layer. Scale it up and drop it. And no, that's too much. How about this one? And no. Let's keep only this guy here. And let's try to set this guy to soft. No, not to soft light overlay. Let's duplicate it. No, it's not multiplying the strength. Okay, let's keep it like this. But let's edit the glossiness. Let's make this less glossy. Or no. Let's make it glossier, but with overlay again. Like so. So this is actually the tip that is going to be visible. Yeah, like so. I have another alpha in mind, which I have this one, right? This has this really fine line. Let's drop it here, like so. Let's go back. Yeah, this makes the difference. Okay. Yeah, this looks nice. This looks proper. Okay. Okay, so this folder is done. Now it's time to go to this kind of thing. But it's here, yeah, this kind of thing. This wear is going towards the tip of the barrel because the slide goes over this thing and it hits this part, I guess. I'm not 100% sure about it, but I think this is how the way it works. Okay, let's go. And I think I'll use the same layer with these parameters. Let's copy layer or duplicate it. Yeah, let's duplicate it and drop here. right there, and add a black mask, add a paint, and let's try and find proper alpha. This is going to be like square-like. Oh, this one is also good. Okay, let's try this one. Why not? So, I guess I'll go in 2D mode. With this one is, let's try to find that part that I need on the maps here. Come on, guys, where are you? Here it is. All right. So let's try and hit it like so. Let's go to 3D. And oh, come on, I can't see it here. Okay. Okay. Let's see it right at this part. Yeah, this looks good, but I think it's not glossy. I think it's going the opposite way with glossiness. I think it goes somewhat like this. And more specular stuff. Right, we're in this folder. Come on. Okay, so there's one thing missing. You see this transition is like too harshly cut it. I want to like emphasize it with an edge wear right there. So let's duplicate this guy. Come on, where is it? Where is it? Right there. Add a black mask. Add generator. Custom generator. Curvature to 1. Right there, we're almost there. Huge, big, large, medium. Let's turn to specular right there. Fine. No, fine is okay. And global balance. Yeah. Right. Now let's go add a paint layer. Multiply. Now let's select a brush and paint the areas like so. Just the way I need those. Okay, now invert it and make this nice transition. Like so. Add a paint layer on the top. Let's go to alphas or search edge. this one. And let's do some custom edges there. Angle jitter to 0. Like so, and cut it off by itself. So that this looks extremely custom, not generated. Or we can do it like this. Okay, this looks nice. Let's go back to here and check it out. Okay, let's save it, export to Marmoset, see how it's gonna look like. Control E. So for this part, I have two options. Option 1 is to add this specular variation, or I can add this dirt over here. And I'm not sure which one I would look for. Which one I like better. Not sure. So let's click OK, go back to Marmoset. And let's check out the barrel. Well, yep, this looks good. This looks proper. Now let's see the tip of the barrel here. Yeah, there is some information there. It's the lighting conditions, too harsh to see, but yeah, it's good. It looks good. Okay, so I noticed another thing here, there, and as well as this one. I think I want to do and go with some dust, and I have really nice alpha with dust. So let's create a new layer outside the barrel, call it dust, add a black mask, add a fill, and let's find it dust. No, I don't have like that. No. Should be somewhere here in the alphas. Come on, where are you? No, not stains. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, so I loaded the alpha. This is it. Called dust small 04. Let's drop it into fill. And basically this is how it looks. You see those small dust particles. Alright, so, but I want those in certain areas. And I want them to be even more concentrated. So let's create a folder, call it dust, drop this guy here, duplicate a layer, rotate. So now we have a lot of that, right? And I want to aim into cavities. So make sure you have this nice and interesting into cavities. I think I can duplicate it again, rotate again, so that you have a lot of dust at certain areas. You can see another mistake here done. You can see this part here, it has much smaller textile density. I don't know why I did that, but it's a mistake. Sorry guys. Okay, let's try and see how it's gonna look like. Add a black mask to the folder, add generator, add mask editor, custom, curvature, cavities, and now we have the dust right where it should be. And basically I want to keep it here and here, those two areas. I don't need it here. Okay, now let's go and fix the parameters on the dust. Let's go and set diffuse to somewhat. Let's turn off these guys. And now let's set diffuse to somewhat like this, a bit darker. Yes. And let's do the same thing for these guys, like that, and like that. And also I want to do those guys not glossy. .19. Like that. Okay. So yeah, you can barely see those, but they are there and they create a nice look. And the final thing, add a paint layer, drop it down, set this one to multiply, and let's paint it where it's needed. And it's needed here, here as well. I think this part is symmetrical, so it will pop up on both sides. Yep, it did. Now this part here, yeah, you can see those guys there looking neat. All right, what else I can put it? Not sure if it's affecting that. Okay, okay, so those were two areas where I want to put it. And let's try and do this kind of thing on the barrel here. So let's go here. Let's go back to barrel. Let's create a new layer, call it side dirt. Actually, let's create a folder. I might have different layers on top of that mask. Add a mask, add a generator, add a edgeware generator, set it to a high level of this thing and invert it. Now let's play with the parameters so that it's going to fit my needs. less grunge. More contrast. More grunge. Okay, I guess I'm overthinking it. Let's do this mask manually. So let's just do this in such a manner. Like so. And no. This is too pronounced. How about like this? Okay, so one thing that Substance is missing is flipping the alphas symmetrically. That's a shame, I cannot do that. Okay, let's go with this. So turn diffuse down and do this brownish dirt. Lift this back, turn down the glossiness. Not that much. Like this. Brushes. Let's add the alpha, the mask. Make it more artistic. No, that's too harsh. I need an alpha. I need an alpha. Come on, not angle jitter. No. Come on, guys, give me the alpha that I need. All right, this looks good. This one is all right. Oh, that's too much. Nope. Okay, let's keep it. Or let's try and do also this. Boom. Well, that's too much, obviously. like so. Okay, that's nice. So what I want to do now is just have this, where's the dust? Right. Copy layer and drop it over here. It's called slide dirt. Come on. Slide dirt. All right, and paste layer here. Do we have that? Yep. Let's turn the dust a bit darker and even more not glossy. All right. Duplicate this guy and rotate it. Like so. Duplicate again. Rotate again. Like that. And let's do it again, even more. Rotate. Okay, let's go down here and see if this makes any sense. Slide dirt. Okay, I have another tip. This thing here, let's add a black mask, add a fill, and add a white noise. What? Right, exactly. Yeah, you can see the result of this. And let's just add levels. Make it like so. Wow, it's too noisy. Duplicate this guy. And the one on behind, let's hide this and this. Or just add a white mask. And make it darker. So that no, not that dark, obviously. This dark, and this one is going to be brighter. And turn off levels. So you can see what I'm trying to do here is really like interesting looking layer of dust with a noisy pattern so that it could look like dust. Not that bright, but darker. All right, yeah, this makes sense. Can you see that? This looks not bad. Not bad at all. Let's turn the glossiness like that. and see if this makes sense. Yeah, I think this looks good. Okay, let's save it and see if it makes any sense. So as you can see, we're pretty much close to the end of the metal. To tell the truth, you can add those tiny details as much as you can. This is pretty much an infinite process. You can add like a ton of that stuff. It is quite endless. So if you have all the time in the world, you can spend that time. So let's see if that's make any difference. And we have our dust somewhere here, which is not seen. I can't see it. Oh yeah, I can see it here, definitely. It's definitely there. I would tone it down a bit. How about the barrel? Yeah, this looks good. I actually do like it. Yeah. And I guess I want to add some oil over here to help this look even better. Yeah, this dust looks nice. And the cool thing that you can go to this folder and you just edit this mask, which will create everything on top of it. So let's see if I can add even more of that. How about this? And like so. Somewhat like this. Okay, let's go back to oil, which is here. Add another paint layer. Go to alphas. Or you can just type smudge. Here it is. And let's add it here. Boom. Or you can click 2 times. Boom and boom. All right. Let's export it. See. And here we go. Yeah, this looks nice. This looks proper. Okay. Yeah, this looks okay. Alright, so what I want to do now is to add some crazy extra experimental stuff, which is this here. I saw this thing right there. Truly, I don't know the real purpose of this thing. I can guess that this is some sort of an indicator of a press check. So when you pull the slide backwards, you should like match this part with this part over here so that you can see the chamber, but you're still not too far to eject the cartridge. So the press check is done to check the chamber before you shoot it or something like that. However, we do have the chamber indicator on this gun, but this thing looks kind of cool. I still want to add it, even if we have this thing. Let's assume this thing malfunctions, and the easiest way to check if the round is chambered is to press check. So let's do that thing, but before, I want to go back to dust and edit the mask, because this is kind of too much over here. Just like so. Yeah, all right. So to do that kind of marking, what I want to do is go to the very top. What is this? All right, these are those two guys. And create a new layer, call it press check. And I want to add this thing at this side. Add a black mask, add a paint. And when it comes to markings, I have this nice brush, which is this one. Oh, come on, the brush. Right. No, not this one. This one. It creates kind of cool artistic strokes. All right, so I even gonna use the tablet, which I use extremely rarely in Substance somehow. So let's try and do this kind of stuff. Let's do this thing manually. How about we do this beneath the letters. So now when it's slide back, it's like this. Okay. Okay, yeah, let's keep it like so. Let's do a couple edits. I don't need it here, as you can guess. And I only need it here. Okay, now this is obviously too white. Let's tone it down a bit. Normal and high, turn it off. And obviously this is too clean. I want to make it look more realistic. So I want to add a couple more things to that. For example, generator, mask editor, curvature, cavities. Right. Make this stronger. Not cavities, but dual edges and cavities. Like this. And set this to subtract. Subtract, where is it? So now you can see, still need some manual editing. Okay. You can actually do that. Like so. Yep. Add another paint layer. Let's go to alphas. For example, this one. I want this edge right there to look not that sharp. Like so. Okay, and in general, let's make it chunkier. Just add some variation to this thing. And I think it's too glossy. I don't think it's gonna gloss. Right there. A bit brighter. Okay, let's add some more. Let's find the proper alpha. Like this. And let's find another alpha to make it even better. Some sort of like this. No, that's too much. Like this. Think it's too much over here. Let's erase some of that effect. Okay, let's save and export and see if it's not too weird. Let's export it. Okay. And here we have it. Well, I'm not sure about the white color. How about we do it blue? The darker blue. No. How about red? We have already this red part there. Maybe that will click. No. Let's keep it white. What if we move this here? Brushes. Maybe it's about the placement of this thing. That's too much. What if it's thinner? Okay. How about this? Okay, let's try this one. Hit OK. And let's see. Well, I guess I like it this on the front part more, but I'll still think about if I need this thing at all. So maybe I'll watch this thing tomorrow and think that this is lame as hell. But for now, let's keep it. Okay, so we're pretty much almost done with the slide and with the grip. So basically we have left only the metal part of the magazine and the round. and some small parts like this thing here, like this rod. So we are pretty much there. So let's continue to the final stages. So yeah, I guess I like this position a bit better. So now I have to delete this guy here and move this guy down here. And what is this? Oh, right, yeah. I don't need that. I don't need that as well. Let's just add a paint layer and mask out the unneeded part, like so. And let's do the same things with various alphas. Like that. Let's try to continue this scratch on this marking here. And that's repeating this side. Yep, like that. That looks good. Okay, let's keep it like this. So I looked through the references and found a nice reference. You can see right here, this super unglossy kind of scratches on the plastic. So for a while I want to get back to the plastic. So close the metal, open the plastic, and basically let's create a new layer. And let's turn off the metal. So okay, add a black mask. Let's do the generator. Metal edge wear, like some sort of like that. And let's try and use a custom grunge map. Let's find scratches. Grunge scratches. Like these. Okay. Use custom grunge. And drop this to here. Alright. Now let's play with the scale of the grunge. And with the parameters of the grunge as well. Like so. No. some kind of like this. Let's go back to here and increase this guy here. Okay, this does not do a thing. All right. Okay, let's keep it like this. Now let's go turn off diffuse, turn gloss, and make it not glossy. Like that. Let's see if it's good or not. Well, okay, I guess let's try and keep it like this. Right? So now let's go back to the metal. So far it looks quite good, but the gloss map is quite boring. So I guess I need to make it more interesting. And to do that, I think I want to do is to add a gloss channel to a certain layer, which is slight edges. Yes, this one. All right, so it has already a gloss layer, but I want to make it not glossy. Set the glossiness to overlay and turn it down. Go back to material and see if there's a difference. Well, yeah, there's quite a difference. Maybe I can do a bit more on the specular with this thing. No, darker maybe. No. Okay, so I will do this. I will duplicate this thing because I want to make it like to work a bit different on the spec on the gloss layers. So for this one, I will turn off the gloss, and for this one, I will leave the gloss, right? So the specular remains the same right there, but the glossiness, I can play with the glossiness here now. Slight edges. Gloss. All right. Sure. Mask editor, and let's make it sort of like this. I can actually add a mask for texture. Let's find some nice procedural texture. For example, this one. Yeah, that looks a bit interesting. Contrast. Yeah, this looks good. It's obviously too much, but okay, so the gloss is now looking a bit more different. Though I don't think that I've lost any kind of detail here. So another cool thing that you can actually do is go to add a fill and use, for example, this crunch leak and set it, scale it up, make it more contrast, like so, and not that. Like that, and make it subtract. Like this. And let's see if it makes any difference. No, it's too noisy. Okay, so let's change this one for a bit more contrasty. How about this? No. Okay, let's try scratches then. Okay. Or something else. Right, let's try these. Make it more contrast. More balance. Like so. Okay, this looks not bad actually. Let's turn it on and off to see how different that looks. Yeah, that looks somewhat different. All right. Okay, so let's export it and see what difference it makes with the scratches on frame and that glossy thing on the slide. Okay. Alright, this looks quite interesting. I kind of like it. This is not over the top, but yet creates a nice balance between glossy parts and not glossy. I like this here. And I'm just thinking if it's not too much. Okay, let's try and tone it down just a bit. Go back to glossiness. Okay, let's try this. Okay, I toned it down just a bit, though you can still see that. And I think this is the way I'm going to go with this. Alright. Okay, we are pretty close to be done with the slide. Everything looks quite good, though I want to fix this thing here because it is not represented correctly. Because it is an overlay on the specular, you can still see those horizontal lines, and this should not be that way. So let's go to barrel and see this guy here. This one and this one, right? So I want these two guys go outside this folder. So now it's not going to be overlay on specular. Let's call it barrel top 1 and barrel top 2. Okay. And turn this to normal and this one to normal as well. You can see that we have this thing on the whole slide because it is now a different folder. So let's just clean that up. I don't need it here. Like so. Okay. Still we have some here. Yeah, now we're good. Okay, now let's go back to specular and let's set the specular value to some sort of like this. Yep. And this one obviously the same. like that. And actually I want to make it glossier, like that, and like that. Yeah. All right. And another thing for the barrel, which is going to be pretty nice, is I want to tone down, I want to make a separation of the materials between barrel and the slide. So you see the specular looks quite the same. So let's create a new layer, call it spec difference parts. Leave only spec, go to overlay, let's make it darker, for example like this, add a black mask, and now just pick those meshes. I need this, the barrel, let's also pick the chamber check, for front side, why not, and back side can be, nope, back side, yeah. This part can be the same, this one. All right, now you can see the difference, but obviously that's too much. I don't want to be, I don't want to make it that dark, like so. Well, I guess it's still kind of dark. Yeah, like so. Okay, this looks better. So also what I want to do is to add this layer to over here and maybe on the front side as well. This looks kind of cool. So let's find it. It is in small parts, as far as I remember. Yes. Let's try and find the proper layer. Yeah, this guy here. So let's duplicate it and put it just on top. Yeah, now we see like it's doing something. And create a folder, call it glossy dirt sites, something like that. Add a black mask and select the meshes. I need this one and this one, like that, or maybe try this one as well. There's be something. Okay, so now let's play with some parameters about this. Let's go to delete the paint layer. Let's go here and check if we can do something different. Whoa, that's too contrasty. Yeah, let's keep it subtle. Oh, right. Also, I want to add it here. Right there. Yeah. Now this thing looks better. So let's try and add a paint layer and just do something custom. Some sort of like this. Well, that's okay. This is good. Right, another thing I was thinking of is actually this kind of effect. Where is it? Right there. See the different color? I was actually doing that, but somehow it disappeared. Let's go back to small parts and let's find that mask that I was aiming for. I guess this one. Specular, and do it with a bit more color, like so, but not that much. Hold on. No, I guess it's better to do this with the back. Oh, well, it's already kind of red there. Okay, let's do this with this guy, and I'll add another layer on top of that. Duplicate this guy, and this one is going to be desaturated right there, and let's add a paint mask here, and let's do some brush strokes. Well, not this one, sorry. This one. So I don't need it here, right? And kind of don't need it. No, the rest is going to be okay. That's too much over here, I guess. Like that. All right. And let's just add this guy on top of it with some levels. Yeah, like that. So now we have 3 layers of different color spec. Yeah, now I can see that redness. And I think I still need some more editing. I don't need it here. This looks too weird out there. I want the trigger to look more natural with a simpler edge wear. So this too reddish kind of thing should be also deleted here. Yeah, now we're talking. And I guess here as well. I don't need it that much over here. Yeah. And let's do some like here. Come on, that's too much. Like that. Okay, let's save it, export, see how it looks. Well, I'll browse through my references and see what else can be done. Are there any more interesting parts that can be nicely done? I guess I still want to do some sort of like this really bright part, but I'm not sure how to. What's the best approach to that? I could like make this part brighter, this light part of the spec, as well as this one, but not sure if it's gonna work properly. So, okay, let's export. Okay, go back to Marmoset. And yeah, now I see those red tones there, which are quite nice. And I actually like those unglossy scratches, like really small ones, but still they look quite nice. Okay, so I guess I'm pretty much there with the slide. It looks kind of not bad. Let's try and add some more skylight. Yeah, I think it looks good. So the final part is magazine and the round. Those should be kind of easy and fast. So the reference for the mag is kind of this one. So it's pretty much basic chrome-like aluminum, shiny metal with really nice cool stuff going on in here. I'm not going to go too far with this because magazine is not that important, and but I'll try to do something in this kind of style. So let's go back, let's turn to the mag here, let's hide metal. No, it isn't metal. So yeah, this is the mag. And first of all, let's hide those fake holes, because they ought to be holes actually. So let's add a new layer, add a black mask, add a fill. Let's go to our textures and find the proper mask for those guys. This is the one right there, but it also masks the logo, so paint it out. I want to keep logo. All right. So now let's turn diffuse to black, specular to black, and not glossy. So it's totally black and dark. It's like the holes are there, right? Okay. So let's try and bring some existing materials. For example, let's try this iron brushed. Yep. Well, no. Actually, no. I can reach the same result with the mask and it will be more controllable. So let's first of all add a gloss variation, which I do all the time. This is like a must-have. Add a black mask, add a fill, go to procedurals, and I use, no, not these, either this or this. This is a more clean material, so let's try to do this one. Scale it, add more contrast so that you actually could see something. Whoa. Okay, let's try the different one. This. Again, more contrast. Even more contrast. And I actually need gloss, right? Not specular. Let's go to glossiness. And turn it glossy. Okay, can do more contrast. Some sort of like that. Yeah. Now let's do those vertical kinda like a milling effect, like brushed effect. Call it brushed. Turn the height. This. Fill. Let's find this. No, not noise, but this noise. And this is quite tricky because on the sides we have horizontal, on this part we have vertical. This can be solved. let's just adjust the material for now, and obviously too much on the height. Guess I'll go with something like this. Let's turn glossiness to overlay. Like that. The height could be a bit different too. And I guess I'll go with the spec as well. Specular. Turn it to overlay as well. And let's change the scale a bit, because that's too much. Yeah, that was because of the scale. Let's edit height again. Still too much. Okay. No, it was not the height. Like so. No, that's too much. Let's do 1. Yeah, 1 is okay. Yeah, it's the specular. Like so. So, in order to brushed back, let's call it like this, and I need to call a folder brush back, send this guy here and add a black mask, and let's select the faces, this one, and these guys as well. Come on. Not you. All right. Front part as well. Like so. Still, I think it's kind of too much. All right, because we're in a folder. Overlay, glossiness, overlay. Yeah, now it's tiny. All right, so let's do the same thing. Duplicate, call it brush side. And add a white mask for now. Let's go to this guy here and do the rotation. Right, of the mask. Like so. Now add black mask and now select faces that I want to do. And it's symmetrical. Yep. All right. Now we have this nice base, which looks quite nice. So let's save it and export and see how this thing looks. And then I think I'll be adding some custom variations. Control E, export. Okay, this looks basic. What is this? Oh, it's a round. It's okay. Okay, this looks quite basic. Now let's add some of this thing. So let's create a new layer, call it gloss variation manual, disable everything, turn glossiness to overlay, add a black mask, add a paint layer, and let's go to alphas. And let's pick one of those. Let's go with this one for now. Can go in 2D, UV texture. Let's find the side of the mag. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, whatever. And let's do some sort of like this. No, angle jitter to 0. Come on. Somehow this alpha does not want to do the proper scale. Why not? It's not painting at the correct position. Why is that happening? Come on, guys. Let's go to diffuse map. Paint. Why is it not painting? Now it's doing correct, but I don't need the scale. Okay. Okay. Let's try it smaller. Like so. Okay, let's go back to 3D. And turn off diffuse. And this is not glossy. Well, it's kinda kinda there. Let's do nice transition. I don't need this on the top. Like so. Let's add some levels. Some sort of like that. And actually, not a fan of this. Okay. Okay, let's duplicate this. Add a black mask. Add a paint. And let's do another alpha, which is this one with the paint brush. Yep, this looks good. This looks good. However, it's too scaled down. I need a bigger scale. Paint. Something. Like this. Yes, exactly. Let's add another paint layer and apply one of these guys. All right. Really? No, this is wrong. I was doing different stuff. Come on, guys. What is wrong? Tangent rub, viewport, or object. How about now? Yeah, now it's better. Okay. So let's create some sort of a bottom line dirt. Diffuse goes here, somewhere there. Specular is regular, glossiness is not glossy. Add a paint, alphas, edge. So let's go here. Do it like this. Right there. Well, I'm almost there. Okay, some sort of like this. Now, Obviously that's too much, so a nice way to affect every channel is to do this, add a fill layer, and no. Okay, I'll have to do the channels. Let's go to diffuse. No, normal. Okay, fine. Let's just blur the borders. And not that much. And use just a brush or eraser to tone it down, because that's too much, obviously. Okay, somewhat like this. Let's export it and see. Okay, this looks not bad. Okay, so this looks good, but I think the mag is too specky. Let's go and tone down the specularness. Yeah. Yeah, I want to remain at the same glossiness, but not that bright on specular. Okay. And also let's add some dirt on the logo. Duplicate layer, dirt, logo. Add a black mask, add a generator, custom generator, curvature, edges, cavities, medium, soft, fine, leave only sharp, and large. and big and huge. And I guess I should blur it. Or just add some levels to disable those artifacts. Yeah, levels worked. So it's turn off spack and diffuse, just turn it down on the glossiness. Or you can leave these guys. All right. So let's add some specular variation. Spec variation. Right there. Overlay on the specular. Overlay. Okay, let it be so for now. Add generator, metal edgeware. And let's just see what this generator can do. So I've inverted the mask, and let's turn down the grunge a bit more, and let's add the specular value somewhere to here. Well, somewhat like this. Let's duplicate this and create another. Add a black mask, add fill, let's go to procedurals, and let's add, let's say, this mask. And you can see it will create some sort of like that. But let's put it underneath. Scale it up, not that high. Oh, some sort of like that. Yeah. Like this. And let's try add another gloss variation manually. Add a black mask, add a paint. Let's find another alpha that can do the job. Some like this. No. Right, this one is good. Yep. Since this material is really glossy, so the main thing is going on the glossiness map channel. All right. Okay, let's export this guy. And let's see. Okay, so it is a bit darker. That is okay. We got lots of stuff going on this, on the glossiness, and I think that is fine for now. Right. So one last little thing left is the round, and I guess we're almost done with textures. So let's go to here. Right there. Here's our round. Let's open the folder. Round. Let's edit the speculars on this thing. Let's make it a bit brighter. So again, gloss variation. Black mask. Fill. Procedurals. This one. Crank up the contrast. Yeah, it's already looking nice. Like so. Actually have a reference of the bullet somewhere here, right? You can see there's actually a lot of things going on the bullet. So this is like the basic level. Now let's add specular variation. Which is going to be overlay. Come on, overlay. Add a black mask, add fill, and let's fill it with some sort of like procedural like this. Scale it high. See that? Well, the alpha might be not perfect. That is too much. Run it like this. Okay. Let's do a bit different color for the primer. Call it primer. Add a overlay for the spec. Or no, let's do just a different color. But a bit more reddish. Add a paint. Brushes. This one. Hit it like this. All right. Now let's do some cavities and edges. I know that there is basically no such thing on this reference, but it will create a bit of a different look that will seem to be nice. Okay, and before that, let's create a noise. Black mask, fill, procedurals, white noise, and this is going to be specular, overlay, too harsh, somewhat like this. Now, cavities. Not glossy, and the spec. Okay, let's do only gloss for now. And black mask, generator, dirt. Yeah, like that. But obviously that's too much. Grunge amount, much less. Like so. And add that on glossy. Right there. And now edges. For example, like this, black mask, generator, metal edge wear. Right, let's add some gloss to that. I mean spec, turn it to overlay and make it brighter, like this. Now let's edit mask. Grunge amount, pretty much less. More contrast. Yeah. Okay, so this is the basic material. And now let's add some manual gloss. This would be not glossy, black mask, paint. So I want to create this kind of thing. Alphas. I had this really nice alpha, which is, I was actually using this just recently, this one. Let's do this. Yep, like almost like that. Okay, let's go to 2D only. Jump right here. UV, texture. and drop it like this. And let's try and do it somewhat like this for the bullet. 3D. No, it does not look good for the bullet. But still, I want to do that. So let's do something else. Let's try this one. Okay, let's do viewport and camera. Let's see if this will work. Yeah, it did just perfectly. So we're almost on the finish line here. Really few minor details left. So the other thing I like to do is I've noticed this kind of cool marking on the magazine. So I think I want to put it somewhere on the bottom here. That will make it more interesting, because obviously you're not going to look at this part too much, but if you will have to, there'll be like this nice surprise there. And so, and a couple more edits I want to do. So let's go back to plastic and find this thing that I was doing with those scratches, which is this one, right? So I want to add a paint layer and mask it out at some places because it's messing up some of that. I don't need it here, right there, and here as well. This is too much over here. Hold on a second. Yeah, I like the tip of the letters being not glossy, but those scratches around it are a bit off. So I don't need those guys there, like that. Okay. So let's go back to metal. Right, actually I was doing a round as far as I remember. So, right, this is basically the completed texture for the round. Let's go back to the round and see if the primer is kind of too much of a different color. I want to be not that different, just a bit, some sort of like that. Okay. And I guess I could go also with some scratches layer. They'll be on the gloss, maybe on height, I'm not sure yet. Let's go with gloss overlay and make them not glossy, for example, or glossy. I'm not sure. Let's apply the mask first, and then we'll see. So let's go to procedurals. Let's use this guy here. And scale it up so that we actually could see those scratches. Dust turn to 0. Now we have scratches. Now let's play with the glossiness parameter. Yeah, not glossy. Let's make it not glossy. Well, some sort of like this. So this is pretty okay for the round right now. I'm not sure I would like to go any further with that. You would barely see this part, so it's okay. Now, I want to go back to slide, and I want to go and find this slide edges. No, not this one, sorry guys. Come on. Spec. Big spec manual, yeah. Those things, right. Kinda do like those, but I think I want to emphasize those even more. So I could go and do some adjustments, but I think I can go and just duplicate this layer. And now I can mask out the top part, because the top part is looking good, but the side part was not too much for me. I wanted this thing to be more pronounced. Well, not like this, obviously, this is too much, but something like that. Let's mask this stuff out. I don't need it. Same as this one right there. So only the side guys here. And let's mask out this guy as well. Like so. And we'll leave that one. And let's try and mask it out a bit. Like make a softer transition. Like so. Right, so let's go back to specular. Some sort of like that. Okay, so I'm not sure, this might be too much, but let's check it out. Okay. So, well, actually in Marmoset it does not look too much, I guess. How about if we crank up the skylight and see if that makes any sense. Well, okay, let's crank it down just a bit. Just a bit. Yeah, like that. All right. So also I want to go back to the gloss map and find those random spots that I was doing. White spots, right. White scratches. dark spots, right. And make those not glossy. So let's turn the glossiness to overlay and do some sort of like that. Okay. And also, I was going to add some more of this kind of stuff. So let's duplicate this guy and delete this. No. Come on, I lost it right there. Delete the levels and replace the mask with this kind of stainy texture. Now let's play with the scale of it. And let's add levels, obviously. Not too much. That's too much for the scale. How about if we leave this back in? I can't see it. Okay, turn on this back. And turn down the gloss. So now we have those tiny stains. Like so. And I think I want to do, let's call it dark stains. I want to duplicate this guy and add a bit more of that just by rotating the mask. So that there's more going on the gloss map. Right there. Alright. And also, I think I want to fix this guy here with the dirt because it's kind of too much there. Right there. I do have a folder for that, as far as I remember. Dust. No. Must be dust. Come on, save it right. Where is it then? Dirt sharp? Yeah, that's it. Let's go to this paint layer and tone this down. like so. Yeah, so it's not that aggressive. And let's make this thing here so dark. Okay, this guy here. So let's do some kind of this stuff. Yeah. So now you can see that this angle of the gun turned sideways is pretty helpful in this kind of situation. So you can check everything from unsuspected angles. Right. So one last tiny thing left to do is this part over here. I have a nice reference for that, which is here, right? I want to do at least some sort of that. I mean, like, I don't want to go to that much with this, but at least this rounded figure there would be nice. So let's go and try to do something like that here. So I'll create a new layer. Or I could use some of it. No, okay, I'll create a new layer. Let's call it chamber gloss things. Somewhat like that. Turn gloss to overlay. Make it dark and gritty. And a black mask. Let's go to alphas, and we have couple rounded alphas here. I'll use this one for example. Don't forget to add a paint layer. You can actually paint in the mask directly, but it's much easier to have paint layers because you have much more control over that when you have that. Okay, let's create that kind of stuff there. And let's add a couple more. I'd like to use this one here. I want this one to be heavy, though I don't need to have it here. Right there, and here as well. Some sort of like that. Tiny detail, but gives some story to your asset. Okay. And I want to make that thing even more darker. Let's have some sort of this part here. Turn off backface culling like that, so that it will be like a bit dirty. Not that glossy, right? And this part as well. Let's leave some stains here. Okay, this mask is actually kind of not bad. I mean, this alpha, let's try and put it somewhere here. See what happens. Okay, somewhere where it's more obvious. It's really hard to find the perfect balance between stuff, where to put it and where not, because you can easily overplay this thing and put too much of this stuff, and it will look not good. So don't do that. Choose wisely when putting this kind of detail. How about kind of here? No, that's too much. How about we tone it down? Do some sort of like that. Okay. Okay. So now we have some stains, some more stuff, some stuff fixed. Now let's go to press check here and add this marker right there on the magazine. Let's use the same paint layer which is used for that marking, which is this one, right? Let's find that reference. I'll go with 90, that's okay. Have no idea what that means, but let's pretend it means something. So okay, no. No, that's ugly. Okay, let's try a round brush. Nope, I still don't like how it looks. How about we do this? Nope. Okay, I guess like this. I guess I like this one. This is kind of not bad. It's really hard to find this like Not too beautiful, not too ugly. No, sorry guys. Still a no. How about we go a different number? No one writes 7 like that, right? Somehow I like 5s because it's really cool to draw those. Okay, let's make it more subtle. Still no. Okay, I guess this one is the one I'm looking for. Okay, so let's now make it a bit dirty with some alphas, like so. I actually like those kind of small holes there. And the only thing is needed just to find the right alpha that will fit. Well, I guess somewhat like that. And some smaller one. Or not. Sort of like that. Yep, that's good. This one, I really do like this one. You probably noticed already. Okay, also this one has really cool edge, like that. And how about we give a bit of a height? Just tiny bit. No. Okay, I think I want to work a bit more on this guy here. The glossiness looks too messy. want to make it more like nice looking. So let's go to plastic, and I think it's a gloss variation that I'm looking for. Random, more gloss, nope. This might be it. Yes, this is the one I'm looking for. Let's go to the paint layer and let's just erase. No, not erase. No. Let's go to brush and just paint it black right there towards the center. I want it to be without that effect, so it's not that chaotic and random looking. Yeah, like so. And which one is this? Oh, this is a darker one. Okay, there's still some gloss stuff going on. Guess I won't be able to find that. And I think I will also reduce those not glossy scratches, because they're kind of cool but not everywhere. Again, more towards the trim, the edge of that thing. Now it looks more appropriate. And I think there still might be some improvements to this. Let's create a new layer, call it not glossy dirt, and leave only diffuse, back and gloss, turn off the gloss almost. Diffuse is going to be this. I can see this oil. Yep, it was an error. I don't need it here. This thing was caused by backface culling, 100% sure. I don't need that here. Not glossy dirt. Let's go to black mask right there and add a generator. Let's use metal edge wear. Don't do that. Let's crank it up just like that. Edge smoothness even more. Grunge scale, let's make it bigger. Nope, the other bigger. Like so. Yeah, this mask looks nice. Let's bring it down just a bit and invert it. Yeah, and no, still no. Let's play a bit with these guys here. Yeah, this one. So you actually see what I'm going to do here. No, I need more here. Like that. Make it smoother. Somewhat like this. Okay, now let's go and play with these things. Turn off diffuse and spec. Let's go only with gloss. Guess make it overlay. Keep it like this. And so this mask looks pretty not bad. And let's edit the gloss channel and see how far can it go. How strong should I do this? Also, I would like to see how it works on the rest of the gun. I can see this there. Well, I guess I kind of like it here and here. Guess it's kind of too much over here, but still this is quite a nice effect. I really like it over here. So, okay, another thing. What if I add a normal map, normal channel, turn on the normal channel, go to normal and set this to normal here so that we have no bumps there, but not that strong. Let's make it halfway through so that still there is some kind of separation, but not that strong. Some sort of like that. Okay. How does this look on the grip? Okay, let's leave it like this, but add a paint layer, and I want to mask out just a bit this thing here because it's kind of too much. Right there. Like so. Yeah, it does look kind of not bad. Okay, let's go back to this thing and see how it does here. Okay, I want to do some more action going on this marking. Let's bring up another alpha, something like this, for example, and let's do it subtle. No, let's try not subtle, like that. It's too much, obviously. Yeah, somewhat like this. Or not. That's too scratchy. How about this guy over here? Nope. Both like that. Okay, kinda not bad. I want to do just like leave a mark there and clean it up. Like some sort of like that. Yeah. So it's not that perfectly clean. Okay, so the bottom of the magazine is kind of looking okay. So there's like one last thing that I want to do, which is I think is going to be kind of nice looking. So you see here I have those horizontal like brushing effect, and if you check this reference right here, yeah, so this is like a very old gun, and for example we have those horizontal lines here, but here on the like the angle of the corner of the slide there is like a tiny bit like grainy texture like on the slide, I mean on the frame, but not that hard, just a tiny bit. So I wonder, you can see the like transition between this is a flat surface, this is like grainy surface. I think I could do some kind of similar effect on the edges of the slide, and I think I want to add that horizontal lines over here on this area. So let's first of all let's export this thing to Marmoset, see how that glossy thing on the magazine looks like, and then I'm going to try and replicate this kind of effect. Okay. All right. So how do I look? Yeah, this looks cool. This looks kind of cool. Yeah, this area looks really not bad. And the transition is quite nice here as well. So how's the bottom of the gun looks like? I guess I have a light source for that. I guess it's this one. Oh, right, by the way, I scaled the mesh 5 times more so that the shadows could look smoother, because when the mesh is scaled down too much, the shadow becomes pixelated, even if I set this shadow resolution to the maximum, though it does not work. So scaling your object helps. So let's check out the bottom. Yeah, quite nice. Yeah, this looks good. So let's go to final. Right, also I want to look at the horizontal lines and see how strong they are on the height, and if we can increase that effect just a bit more or not. Okay, whatever, let's go back to the metal part, go to diffuse channel, close plastic, go to metal. Let's find those guys with horizontal lines. Direction pattern, this might be it. Yep, that's it. Alright, so okay, so it's only on the specular. Okay, let's try it on the height just a bit. The smallest amount possible. Well, that's too small. 3. 3 is too much. Okay, let's go 2. You can see the difference here. Okay, let's go back to 1. Yeah, there is a small effect, so I'll keep it like this on the 1. Now let's duplicate this guy, hide it for now, and let's see the mask for this thing here. Okay, so I did manual mask. So let's paint it on some more areas. I don't need it here, but I do need it right here. It's horizontal, that's good. Like so. Now you can see horizontal lines there. Also, I could do this here, and the lines are vertical, but okay, still fine. This part might be brushed different way, so the vertical lines are okay. Now let's go for this guy on the top here, and let's add a blank mask, and let's call it direction grain, so that I could separate those. And let's add a fill layer. Let's find the grain. Blue noise fast. Okay, let's try this one. And see if this thing does. First of all, right, I don't need this thing. Turn off this guy here. And let me think. If I can add okay, I can do that. So I guess I'll do this. I'll go and select the polygons for this mask, right? So delete this paint layer, add another one, move it down here, and now let's just select the polygons. Yeah, this would be much cleaner result, more controllable. So I want this thing here. Come on. Let's make sure I'm selecting correct stuff. Let's go here. Sometimes this selection tool is not working 100% correctly, but I'll have to try and select all the polygons that I need. Switching with X button on your keyboard, you can go to black mask or white mask. Right now I'm painting white mask, obviously, and just hit X to fill out the not needed part. I don't need this, right? Okay, this one as well. So let's go back to this place I don't need it here. I don't need here. Come on. White. Okay. So far this works not bad. Don't forget to deselect those that you don't need. These two guys, these guys. Come on. This is going to take some time. Right there. Okay. Again, try to check those that you don't need. Come on, guys. Right there. And these guys as well. Like so. Almost done. Almost done. All right. I don't need this here, here, and here. Here as well. All right. Now let's go back. Check it out. Yep, it works. All right. Now let's go back to grain. And you can see tiny detail there. Let's go with 2. Wow. Wow, this is actually looking nice on the whole model. You know what? Let's try and export and at this current position and see if something's going to change. Because so far it looks really nice. I like the look of it in substance, and I want to see how it's gonna be in Marmoset. This is like a really close-up thing. Okay, so well, this is kind of not bad, you know. I think it looks quite not bad. Wow, you can see that pattern there. This is quite not bad. But I don't want it to be on the slide. But still, this looks good. But I want to push it even further, you know? This is what I'm going to do. So, direction grain. And let's add a paint layer. Same way, like this. Multiply. And let's just select for the paint layer the slide. Like that. Actually, this thing has some information on the spec, right? Yes, it does. It does. Okay, so what if I will increase the scale of it? 0.9. How different it's going to look. Control Z. Well, trying to compare it to this. This is like the width of the slide right there, and the size of those. Okay, let's try 0.94. It will be just a bit bigger. Okay, so I said I want to push it even further. So let's duplicate this guy over here. And let's keep the height, the spec, and let's add the gloss, but turn it down. Turn it down. And let's add some levels and mask out some of it. Yeah, like that. I want those dark spots over there. So this one, I don't want to be it on the whole slide because it's getting too much attention. But I want to make this thing in a certain areas, which are transitions between the surfaces. So add a paint layer, move it down here, and let's go back to the mask, and let's select only these guys. Yes, right there. Okay, so this took me quite a while, and you can see that I masked all the round surfaces. Right there, you can see that transition. And I think this is kind of cool. This gives really nice effect. And now let's play with the glossiness even more. Let's tone it down, some sort of like that. Let's turn it on and off and see if it makes any sense. Yeah, it quite does. Okay, okay. Let's save this and export it to Marmoset and see if that makes any sense. All right, export. Okay. Okay, and I think it looks really not bad, but it is kind of too small, I think, because it's like too small. Yeah, okay. Let's try and increase the scale of this layer with not glossy guys. Let's go to this here and let's set it to 0.88 and see if it makes any sense. Okay, let's try even smaller, 0.6. Well, okay, let's try different alpha. Let's use this white noise. This will do differently. And I think, yes, this is... Whoa, not that much. 0.8. Yeah. Even 0.9. Like that. Let's do this not that unglossy. Somewhat more. Like that. Okay, let's export this and see if this works better. Again, those tiny small details are going to work only on 4K map as I'm working right now. This is, you won't be able to see those from far distance, but for close-ups this is really cool. This is like those finer details. And yep, I guess I will keep this. This looks cool. This looks not bad. The only thing that makes me notice this thing is this sharp edge there and too bright here. So I think I'll go and manually fix those seams there with the paint layer. So let's go add a paint layer. Let's see only mask. Increase, let's go to the basic soft brush and let's do this kind of thing. Hold shift, and that's too much. Yeah, that's obviously too much. Like that. Hit that again. What was that? Oh no. Some sort of an error of the display. Okay, let's try it again. Come on. Okay, so I'll have to go like this because I can't control it. This will make things uneven. And more natural. Whoa, that's too much. Let's just mask out this area here. And here as well. And let's go and do this manually. All right. Same here. Here as well. Because this is too much drawing attention. Here as well. So that the transition could be looking more natural. All right. Here as well. Like so. Okay, I guess I'm done. Okay, let's go back here. So let's save it. And export, and I think we are really close to an end. Okay, now let's export. Okay, we're done. Let's go back here and check it out. And yeah, now the transition is much smoother. Not that edgy. Yeah, this material is now looking really slick. Yeah. Okay, so I guess this is it for the textures. I think everything is looking really not bad for now. I might return to do some touch-ups or edits or whatever, or there might be an idea that I will think that it's going to work or something like that, but in general this is pretty much it. This is the final look of our textures, and I think it looks quite nice. Everything is readable, materials are readable, they're defined, that those details there look really nice. And like the inside of the chamber, I took time to do that. This is quite nice, really nice details there. Wow, this looks really good. I think I could add that more even somewhere. I don't know where, but anyway, yeah, there's still, like, there's always room for improvements, and you can do that stuff eternally, but in general, for now, this is really good looking materials. And this is okay. This looks too cool. I just want to try and add it somewhere more, because I cannot stand the look of this. This is really good looking stuff here. Okay, so let's find it. No, it's not. Chamber, gloss things. Yeah, this is it. This is another paint layer. Let's find that cool looking alpha, which I was using. I guess this is it, yeah. And let's try and put it somewhere else. For example, on this side. Turn off backface culling. Let's shred this one. Not sure if it's too much or not. How about I do this? Like so. Nope. I could use this material for fingerprints, but I'm not a huge fan of fingerprints. However, okay, let's try and add those as a final touch-up. This one again, let's try align this to actual size of the trigger. This is quite small gun, so this is going to be the size of the fingerprint. That's too much. Let's edit slightly. Let's put it there. Don't need it there. So let's put it here. Or not. Let's try this one. Like so. Really tiny slight detail. Smaller flow. Even smaller. Sorta like that. Let's try and put some on the top. Actually have some fingerprints here. Let's put it then here. Okay, okay, this looks good enough. And maybe somewhere here. Okay, these things are so small I can't even see the first ones that I did. Right there, I don't think it's needed there. Okay, let's export again. And I think this is the final touch. Okay. Okay, so let's check it out. Do I see some of that? Yeah, I see definitely there, here, some of it. I think this is too bad. Right there. Yeah, see this? Like so. I think I like that blob over there. Let's just try put it again there. Okay, let's try this one. Okay. Go back to Marmoset. And yes, I think this is it. This is it. This is now looks good. Good enough. Okay, one last thing. You can see that sharp edge there. I don't need it on the directional. Directional pattern. Brushes. No, black brush. Like this. And yeah, there's too much of transition. I want to make it softer. Like that. Yes, now we're done. Let's save it. Export it back to Marmoset. And the next chapter is going to be rendering in Marmoset. So thank you guys for watching till the end of the texturing process. This was long, but hope you enjoyed it and learned some new tips. So let's see you in rendering. So before we go into the rendering, there's like one last tiny thing that I want to do. So I actually already did something, just like my program crashed and I was not unable to record it, but still it's really minor correction. So I did this grainy pattern a bit scaled up, so it like those tiny spots are bigger now, so I can go and check the right value for you. Yeah, this is it. So now it's 0.7 because when you look at the distance on this thing, it loses too much of detail, but with 0.7 it's a bit better. So, and also I've painted the mask, softened the mask right here, and I can continue this thing here. Come on. Come on. Yes, like that. It takes some time for the program because I have a ton of layers. And same thing here. So make sure you have soft edges there and there. And okay, and right, and I also darkened the mask around here because I don't think that this thing is 100% needed right at this point. So I just darkened this place. Okay, and one last thing I want to do is I have my barrel darkened on the specular. I want to do the same on the gloss because, as you can see, the gloss channel looks pretty much the same on the barrel. So let's go to somewhere here and call it barrel gloss general. leave only gloss channel, set it to overlay, add a black mask, and now select only your barrel mesh right there and turn down the glossiness so that there would be a difference, and turn it on and off. See how, yeah, this, now you can see the difference, how this thing is shiny and the barrel is not. I actually want to do the same thing for the extractor and grip safety, so that there will like a bit of a difference, like that. Okay. Or not. No, I'll leave the grip safety like that. So only barrel and extractor. So now it's officially done. Let's go to the rendering process. Okay guys, so we're finally at the rendering stage, and this process is going to be pretty repetitive for each shot. So I'm going to do with you like a first shot, for example, and all the rest is going to be a speed up. So because it's quite the same all the time. So what I did, I also loaded my hands model, which will be in project files in this generic aiming stance. So this one is going to be used for an FPS view, and I also have one round just for some extra purposes. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is just delete those magazines. I don't need those. And basically I have two models right here, and I will hide this one for now. So whenever I do rendering, I tend to store each shot in a folder, so that's much easier to control. So when you wanna, for example, return to like your shot in Photoshop, you want to redo something, you can go back into Marmoset and find your folder which corresponds to like certain shot and remake it. And so okay, let's select our camera and let's adjust post effects. For rendering, I tend to use more sharpness, not too much, but not too little, so that the tiny details become more crisp and good looking. Also, I like to use grain. You can actually add that on the stage of the Photoshop, but I tend to use it right now because it just makes the shot more nice looking while you try to render something. What else? Have a bit more contrast, as you can see here. You can set it like this, for example. And also, I usually use chromatic aberration right here at about this value, but I tend to use this effect, but not in Marmoset. You can like use it for previewing in the Marmoset, but there's not much control over it, so I just add this effect later in Photoshop. So I turn it off. Also, I can use depth of field for certain shots. I'm not using it too often, but I can do that. Well, as for general setup on post effects in Marmoset, this is pretty much it. Right now I can see that there's too much of grain. Let's tone it down. Yeah, like that. And now let's duplicate our camera. Let's call it shot 1. And I have this group with all the assets. And let's drop this camera into this group. So now you can select between the cameras, right? Okay, this is shot 1. Let's call this group shot 1. As you can see, I have the sky skylight again at this shot, so make sure you have that. However, I think you can leave it there because it turns on and off on each individual shot, but that's just a messy thing with that sky. I still cannot figure it out the way it works properly. Okay, so I tend to store my lights under the sky. Just for previewing, when you shift drag, you can rotate your lighting. But for rendering, I guess I can move it up for now. So let's turn off all kinds of light, all the sources of light. So for lighting a scene, I usually use this classic setup of 3 lights, which are fill light, key light, and rim light. Like, it's the basic thing that works all the time. So for fill light, I usually use the skylight, which is at this moment this preset called Smashed Windows. There are a few more. Garage is by default, but it's too green for me. Also, which one is not bad? Indoor fluorescent, also not bad, but not in all cases. Sometimes it might look cool, sometimes it might not. Let's try it out. So I usually set it to really dim light because it's a fill light. I just need to fill the blackness of the scene. And then I just can add key light like this one. Key light means like a straight source of light that highlights the main part of the object that is in the scene. For example, the gun. And the rim light is the source of light that is behind the object, for example, like this, and creates a nice rim, shining rim over here, so you can see that bounces off your object. So it might be like here, you can see this nice highlighting area, like that. So basically, this is like the classic setup of lights. So we have fill light. You can see when I turn it off, it turns those parts that are not under any kind of source of light, they just turn black. That's too bad. I mean, like, I don't use this kind of method, so I always tend to have any kind of skylight because it creates like soft light for everything. Then we have key light that highlights the main part of the gun, and rim light. So based on these 3 main parts, I do the rest. So the rest may be like a lot of different light sources. I might like to have a special highlight on a certain area of the gun, and this process is individual for every shot. So right now what I'm going to do is just pick some more lights. First of all, I'll find a perfect angle for the shot. For pistols, I like to use 2 assets at the same time in the scene. So let's go and then unhide this guy and put it somewhere right here so that I could see both of these guys right there. Let's form a shot with the camera. Another cool thing, you can go to camera and set save frame. This will have your preview of the final image, because as you can see there's like a tiny space over here, so you might like do a big close-up and some part of it might be gone because of this gap. So turn on the save frame to make sure that you know your frame resolution. So first things first, I'm going to find like the right angle for this, for example like this. So then I freeze the camera, this little lock over there. Now you can't move it. I try to click something on the screen with Alt, I cannot move it. In this manner I have my scene set up, and based on this camera position I will adjust any kinds of light. So to make the adjustments I go to my main camera, and now I have my camera right there. I have my sources of light and I can edit those sources of light the way I want it. Okay, so this part of like presentation of your asset is extremely important, because with bad rendering you can totally destroy the work you did on the texturing, and at the same time you can improve your like the general look of your asset with nice lighting. So almost all the times it happens that I do renders for my completed works and I scrap one or two shots that I don't like because of the setup of the scene. So it is really important part and I pay a lot of attention to this. So actually let's go on. The background I tend to use like this color because I will edit later in Photoshop. I don't like it. I don't like to work with my rendering with the background. So right now I think I kind of like this preset of the skylight. Let's just go back and switch to smashed windows to see if I like it more. Well, I guess, yeah, I guess I like this one more because this one gives a little bit more bluish color, and it's not like perfectly fitting with the color palette of the gun, which is like warm colors. You can see I switched to this preset, which has more yellowish colors, and how this is now much better looking with those yellowish colors reflecting. So keep this in mind. This also can make a difference. But still, I think I will go with this indoor fluorescence. It is kind of a neutral color, so it's just gray and white, so I think I'll go with this one for now. I might change my mind later, so okay. So let's check out the angle on the first camera, like this. Okay, so what I want to do now is just change the position of the key light, because I can see the highlight on this guy but not on this. And also I want to turn down the brightness of the skylight and turn on the brightness of the key light, like this. Let's check it out. Okay. So sometimes it's better for the key light not to go straight into the camera. I mean on the highlights when the light beams are reflecting off the metal surface into the camera. It is not the best, like here you can see like straight reflection. I tend not to have that like that much. I like this kind of look, and this is not the straight light reflection, so that your metal can look a bit more flat. So you can see I'm moving the light source down. Yep, I have the straight reflection right there. I don't want it. Let's move it back up, or even lower. No, back up. Yeah, now it looks better. Let's move it a bit more towards the camera. I wish they had in Marmoset like a split screen with 2 cameras, but they don't have it for now. You can turn it on and off your light source to see how does it look like. So okay, I like the lights on this guy, but still there are no lights on this guy. I guess you can duplicate your light source and just adjust for the second guy. For example, like that. Yeah, now you see all the action is going on the second guy. And actually this light source is not affecting too much the first guy, so I think I'll leave it. So this is where the tinkering starts with the light sources, because I actually have 2 key lights for now. So that's okay. I think I can turn down the brightness just a bit. Like this. And I think I want to zoom in just a bit, like that. Pay attention to the composition of your shot. Try to make it symmetrical, like from this corner to this, so you have like balanced weight of your shot. So if you have some information here, you might have some information over here. Don't leave like blank spots. Make your composition look nice. Sometimes you can also rotate this guy, for example, in order to have better composition. But I don't think it's the case. Just now. Come on. Somehow it is not Control Z. Cool. Okay. Like that, and 0 here. And move it up. Move it up even more. Like so. So let's block the camera. Let's go back to main camera. And for a non-FPS view as well, I like to have like this really portrait-like field of view. I think the more distortion you have, the camera like skew of perspective. I don't like this effect that much. So let's check out this shot again. about we change the color of this light source for just a bit warmer one. Something like that. Also, another tip is to increase the width of your light source so the shadows would not look that sharp. So let's go to this guy here and increase the width. And you can see how the highlights on the metal material differ from each of the the input on the light. So you can pick the one you like more. For example, like this. Okay, let's work on the rim lights. Let's increase the intensity of this light source. Something like this. You can see like not much of happening right there, but there can be a really nice and good looking rim light. So also I think I can increase the distance of this guy. Yeah, you can see the change of the, however, I'm not sure. Yeah, you can see that sharp shadow there. Increase this thing. Now you can see the blurred shadow, which is a bit more, is better looking, because I don't like sharp shadows. Those are not your friends. Okay, let's keep it like this. And let's add another source of light, which is going to be another rim light, basically. That will reflect light over the top of this guy here. So you see that, something like that. I don't want to be too crazy like this. That's too much. Yeah. Another trick I like to do is just to align your main camera somewhat like this camera, and then just zoom out so that you can actually control the light sources. Let's turn down the brightness. And now you can see that nice highlight over there. Let's move it somewhere. Also, you can have length of your light source like this. However, I don't quite like it that much because it diffuses the light really much and just lets everything up. If that's what you like and want, that's the thing. But however, I think it's quite nice looking here. Let's up. Okay, so let's delete all the light sources that I don't need for now. And you can actually name those lights, but I don't like it, it's too long. So I can duplicate this guy and turn down the length so that now I have this nice highlight and overall lit right there. And let's still find the perfect position for this. For example, like this. Okay, so what I'm thinking now is I have quite more information right there from the top side. I think I could add some source of light on the top. right there so that you could see more of that. Not that strong, of course. Yeah, see, that makes much more sense because I can actually make it long, like so, and see if that makes sense. No, I don't like it. Let's keep it down on the length. Keep it like this. Yeah, you can see that now we see on the highlight those guys, that action that is happening. That's kind of cool. I lost it. Where is this guy? Yeah, there it is. Well, I'm not sure about that. Okay, let's do some highlight on the frame. Let's have our key light, which is this. Duplicate it and move a bit further to the frame. I want to have at least some kind of reflections on the frame. It's quite unglossy, but I want to bring something out. Turn down the brightness. That's too much, obviously, because there is some kind of information going on the plastic, the polymer part. Yeah, now we can see those glossy stuff. Turn down brightness. Well, I think I'm pretty close to that first shot. I want to turn that rim light even more, like so. You can see this part here when I move the light, how much this thing like changes. At this position, all of the details are lost in here, but when you move it further and there's no like straight reflection, you can see that all the action goes back, and that's kind of good. But I'm still trying to find the perfect position to represent the plastic, because I have some like gloss information over there on the plastic. Okay, let's duplicate this light source and move it somewhere here. Maybe I can do with this guy the same trick with the plastic reflections. And you can see I can actually highlight some of the metal if I want, but actually I don't. Let's search for that spot on the plastic. Well, okay, so I guess for the first shot it's quite good. Let's test it out. So let's do a test render. So go into capture, settings, Let's set the highest resolution. This one. Make sure you have this mid correction on, which disables mid mapping of your textures. This is really important. Sampling you can turn, well, for test bakes 25 is okay. Turn on transparency, and okay. Now let's capture image. You can click here or just F11. I think it won't take too long because the sampling is not that high. It still takes some time. Okay, we're done. And I have my like preset for renders in Photoshop. Let's open the screenshot, Control A, Control C, and let's paste it right here. Center it. So as you can see, it's much brighter here because I have my brightness contrast like adjustment layer in Photoshop. You can see my contrast is really high, brightness a bit higher, and most of the times this looks good and serves its purpose. So let's now zoom in and see if we like all the details that I see. So to my taste, this is kind of too sharp and oversaturated. So, and you can see that kind of stuff going on. That's because of the width of the light source, but that's okay, that can be fixed. So at this point I kind of really like it. So you can see I have this wide range of backgrounds. This is basically how I do all of those. I just turn on a couple of those. These are just screenshots from Marmoset, and each of them have this low % of opacity. So I blend them with each other and have this kind of blurry result. So since I have this bright color, I want to add another adjustment layer, which is going to be hue and saturation. And let's desaturate it just a bit because it's kind of too saturated. I want to keep the brightness, but let's desaturate it just a bit. Like so. That's too much, I guess. Let's bring it back just a bit. Yeah, like this. So let's hide the background. Like so. So this looks quite not bad actually. You can now zoom in and check all the stuff which is going on and see what's good and what's not. So I kind of really like the details on the plastic. I was afraid that it's not going to look proper, but I really kind of like it. The plastic looks kind of cool. Alright, and so this is pretty much the first shot. It's pretty successful to my mind. What I want to do now is just try the same shot but with less sharpness. I'll hide this guy, go to sharpness, and let's tone it down to 1.0 like that. Hit F11 again. Okay. Now let's close this guy and open a second shot. Control A, Control C, paste it in, and what I need to do now is just align it perfectly with each other. Yeah, like that. And you can now switch on and off the layer so that you could see the difference, which is quite handy. And I think I want the result somewhere in the middle. So basically you can unhide this and set opacity to 50%. Now it's exactly in the middle. Or you can add some masks, for example, like add a mask to here and paint out the areas you don't like. That also would be nice. So it's also not really good and handy when you have this shot one and fixed camera, so that even if you do any kind of edits on your textures, you like refresh your textures and you still have the shot, you still have the renders on Photoshop, and you can compare the differences. So at this point, what I think is that I don't like this bright black outline on the letters. It's kind of too unnatural to my mind, and this really contrasty pattern right here, it's too bright versus too dark. I don't quite like that. I think I would change that on the textures. So it's actually quite normal to see the result on the renders in the final image, and then you will have to edit something, because that's the way that's the purpose of your work. Like, this image is your final representation, so you need to make sure that everything is going to look really cool and exactly the way you want it. So because you saw that in Substance it has one like general look, it looks like something, then in Marmoset it looks totally different, and now in Photoshop, when you applied all of your like adjustment layers and all kind of stuff, it turns out to look even more different. So it's quite okay to aim to your final result, and your final result for this project is image. So it's okay to edit that. So let me turn on and off my saturation layer. Well, I guess I will keep it like this for now. So let's save this renders. I think before I do the second shot, I will do the edits on this thing and the pattern, because I think I should do that. So basically this is how the renderings look like. So nothing too complicated or too much of some kind of information. So I will keep this renders preset for you so that you can do quite the same thing. Just use this one. Basically there's not too much. If I turn off all of the adjustment layers that I have, you will see that, and turn on this flat background, you can see that it's actually basically the same look as in Marmoset, but just a couple more effects and adjustment layers makes a huge difference, like brightness, contrast, and desaturation. And on top of that, in the end, when I'll be done with all the shots, I will add some chromatic aberration. And Right, and I also have okay, it's a part of the background. Yeah, I have this vignette. I kind of like this image. So, okay, this was like a breakdown of the rendering. So all the rest of the shots I will do in speed up process, so you still be able to check everything that I did. There's just not going to be too much explanation of that because it's going to repeat pretty much the same process. So in the end, when I'm done with all the shots, I will do commentary on that and show you every shot and tell you if there were some like extra tips or something like that. So let's go on to like final images in Photoshop. Okay, so here's a little update on the textures. I had to go back and fix some small parts. So I kept the old layer on purpose. So this guy is the one you were looking at just before this. And I fixed some spots. For example, if I turn this on, you can see this thing becomes darker. Like it was too contrasty to my mind. Also, this thing had too much edge wear, which I think is a bit off. Also, right here, this part is a bit more subtle. This like a crazy black outline, something like that, that's too much. So now it's much better. And this part, because before there was like this obvious edge, which is kind of off. I masked it a bit better, so it's a bit broken and not that obvious. So this was only about the plastic, and the metal is good. I kept everything with the metal. So this is the final textures. This is the final texture, and now I will go and do the rest of the shots in a speed up. Okay, so this is basically the final look of all the renders. So let's go through each shot. So this is shot 1. I was doing it in the very beginning. Shot 2, pretty much similar, just the other side. Shot 3 is a 2 images right here. I created afterwards. I created another project in Photoshop with all the same levels. I mean layers, but vertical, so that when you drop this picture into ArtStation, you can set the scaling of the picture depending on the width, and so you will have this long picture where you can just observe all the details. This works really good. So next I had this shot with the top of the slide and the bottom of the plastic part, so that we could see what's going on in there. Also I have a couple FPS shots. So this is typical in-game view, the perspective. Okay, so this one is the second one. It's like gun observation or inspecting the gun. And this is pretty much it. So in terms of Marmoset, as you can see, I have each shot in a folder. So for example, I want to go back to shot 3. I unhide shot 3, go to my cameras, go into shot 3. Now you have it. And you have all the stuff going on in here. And if you want to edit this shot, don't forget to turn on the sky, because it turns off. And this is the way you actually edit your shots. So this is really handy and useful method of storing your renders. So whenever you want to edit something or change, you can go back to each of the shots and you can change anything of it. So another thing, for example, this FPS, I have 2 files for that. For one, for aiming, and for just hip stance of the gun. So here we got FPS 1. Let's find it. FPS 1. And here is it. See, I have 2 separate folders because the lighting is a bit different on both of these guys, and I had to change that. So this is pretty much it. So this is how the Photoshop scene is set up. The only thing that I might add or consider is chromatic aberration. As I said, this thing isn't, the Marmoset has this thing, but you can add it in Photoshop. Particularly for this project, I don't think that I want this, but I still will show you how this works. So for this purpose, I will duplicate this group, unhide the previous one, and I want to merge group. So I have 1 layer for these 2 guys. Now to add your chromatic aberration, also I duplicate this again right there, and on the topmost layer I go to filters, lens correction, custom, and here we have this chromatic aberration. And let's zoom in right here, for example, and you have this 3 sliders. Each of those sets the color. So for example, if I turn on this one, you can see it's red and blue. Let's turn this back to 0. You can turn this one, it's now green and pink, and so on. This one is yellow and blue. So for example, like this result, click OK, Now when you zoom in, you can see that chromatic aberration. The coolness of this effect is basically when you don't see it, but it creates this like cinematic feel to the photo. However, this effect can create those like ugly artifacts on the edge. You can see that. That's why I have this second layer. So what I do in such situations, I just create a mask on the highest level and go to my brushes and just paint the black on the mask in those places where we have those artifacts right there, like this. Now you can see you don't have that. Let's zoom in and double check everything. I don't like it here, so you can just mask it out. Another thing, when you have those like tight patterns, they tend to have this tint. Right here it's green, so also you can mask that out, as well as here and over here, like that. So now you pretty much don't see this. So again, this is a nice thing, but me personally, for this project, I don't think I want this. So I'll delete this, and this is pretty much it. So the final chapter of this tutorial is going to be GIF animation. So like the static pictures are cool and nice looking, but it's even cooler when you have a nice rotating GIF. So I'm going to do this in Marmoset, and in order to do that, let's create a new Marmoset scene. So for this purpose, I'm going to unhide shot 1, go to here, and delete all the rest. I do not need those guys, and I don't need the second guy here. I don't need hands. Okay, let's keep it like this for now. Let's save the scene as XD GIF. I have the scene already. Let's override it. So now let's hide all the light sources except only one. And how this is going to work? Well, as I'm going to upload this to ArtStation, the background of all the pictures in ArtStation are black. So I'm going to create a background that is also black, because everything is set on 10 megabytes size of the GIF of any picture you upload, and 10 megabytes is quite small amount for GIFs, for nice looking like high resolution GIFs, and you have to like face tons of compromises. So first of all, it should not be too long. You should like sacrifice some quality or something in order to make the perfectly balanced GIF that will fit perfectly 10 megabytes and will still look not bad. So the black background is kind of cool effect that in some way destroys the borders of your picture and making look that your gun is floating like on the screen of the site, so you don't see the borders of your picture, and that creates like this illusion that the picture is even bigger. So let's go here, color to black, like that. So for now, I have everything set up, and what I want to do is now establish the camera movement and the movement of the gun. So I'm going to animate camera both with my rotating gun. So first of all, let's go down here on the timeline, and usually from my personal experience, 4 seconds for a GIF is okay. It's not too long. You will still be able to fit in 10 megabytes, though it's not too short, so you will be able to show something. So let's set the timeline to 6 seconds so that I could have a gap between those 4 seconds, like in the front 1 second and on the back another second, so I could like have that spare gap. So let's go to frames, set it to 160, and let's set it a bit more, 180, 190. Yeah, here we go, we have 6 seconds, even more, just a bit more, that's okay. Frames per second is also quite important, so you can keep it 30. 60 frames per second is perfect, but you will not be able to do a 10 megabytes GIF with 60 frames per second. So 30 is okay, you can go into 24. Okay, so now the timeline is set up. Now let's add a turntable. Turntable is basically a thing that makes everything inside of it over here in the hierarchy turn around. So let's put the gun into that turntable, and now if I click play, you can see it rotates, right? But the problem is that it's rotating along this pivot, which is on the front, but I want my pivot in front of the gun. So you can see the pivot of the turntable at the same position. Now you just can place the gun somewhere in the middle of the turntable pivot. Hope you see what I can do. Yeah, somewhere there. Alright, now if you hit play, you can see it rotates along its own axis. Well, not perfectly though. Yeah, you can see the pivot is a bit offset. Yeah, I want to try and place that pivot inside of the gun. Yeah, so that the rotation could look more natural. Okay. Now the gun is rotating in a nice way. You can see that the source of light is still. That is exactly what I need. Also, you can set the spin rate of the turntable. Let's turn it down strongly. So now it rotates pretty slow, like that. Let's go to the start. Okay. So let's open the keyframes. Turntable. Okay, let us not touch this for now. I'll explain a bit later about the keyframes. Let's just adjust the camera in a proper way. Yep. So also I want to rotate the gun somewhat like this. So what I basically want to do is to have my front and back frame the way I want. So for example, I want my GIF to open with this shot and close it with like perfectly aligned facing the camera sideways. So let's turn the speed down just a bit. Okay, and remember that gap so that it can go a bit further than I want, because I will cut it somewhat like this. That's fine. Now I want to make sure that my camera, so I want to make sure that the gun is not breaking the shot. You can see right at this point it goes under the frame, and I don't want to do that. I want to keep it in frame all the time so that you would still see the whole gun. That will create this illusion of the full frame. Okay, like that. So you can hit play and see how this turns out. So this is already not bad, but it's quite a bit boring. I want to do this a bit more interesting. So I want to add a camera animation on top of this. So now we need keyframes. So let's select our camera, go to keyframes, and select transform. Now you see all those lines. Those lines basically correspond to like coordinates of like translation, like it's moving, rotation along 3 axes, and scale. So basically when you select everything, you can see each string for each transformation. Click transform and place, let's go on the very first frame, and let's face the camera, for example, a bit from above, like that. Okay, now you can click this key icon, which stores this position of the camera. Now you can back all the way down to the last frame and position your camera the way you want. So basically I want it like this. You can also move it, like pan it, like for example this. Now you click that key again, and you can see that those things turns into curves that transition, and the program automatically builds the way from that first position to the last one. So this is basically basic principles of animation in the digital way. So now you can see that the camera goes down a bit. So this shot looks much more interesting now. All right. So also there are some things that I want to do. So I guess I want to zoom in much more on the first shot. Don't forget, every time you do anything, you just double check and add a keyframe. And on the last shot, I want to zoom out just a bit. Somewhat like this, add a keyframe. So you can see there, the gun breaks the screen. In order to fix that, select your camera, go to the shot where it falls too high, move it downwards, and place a key. Okay, this looks not bad. I guess I want on the end shot the gun to look a bit more straight. So again, go to the camera, and on the last keyframe, go to rotation of the camera and just rotate it like this way. As you can see, I'm not rotating the gun, I'm rotating the camera because it's easier. Can move it, place a key, Now let's see how it looks. Okay, so this looks not bad. Okay, let's save the scene. So another cool thing that you can do, go into camera, and you can go and where is it? Right, lens, field of view. Go to view. You can animate field of view. So, for example, I want it to be. Okay, let's place 2 keyframes at the start and at the beginning. I mean, at the start and at the end. So, like at the start, I think I want to make the field of view a bit more wide-angled, like so. Obviously, I need to zoom in now, like that. You can see how the curve changed. Let's go to transforms and set the keyframe, and now you can see, however, you can see that step like right there. I don't really like it. Now that looks a bit weird. So you know what? I'm going to Control Z all of that if I'll be able. Okay, no? Okay. For this thing I saved, I just load the scene right there. So that was a bad idea. So I guess I'll keep it this way. You can actually experiment and put 24 frames per second and see how it's going to change. When the move is quite slow, you won't be able to see that change. And like high rate of frames can be seen on rapid shots, like something fast changing or something like that. 24 frames is the exact amount of frames that human eye can recognize when something moving slowly. So in this case, this is quite good. Okay, so I guess I'm okay with the motion. The next step is going to be lights. I have my front light, which is quite not bad. I like it at this point. You can see all the stuff going on in here at this point, even on the frame, which is kind of cool. But still, it's too poor. I want to add something more to that. So let's turn on the lights that we already have and see if they are making any sense. No, I don't like this one. You can delete that one. Let's see what this one does. Nothing. Delete it. This one shines from above. No, it does not do anything at all. This one shines from side. Okay, you can see this does not bad job over here. So maybe I'll keep this one. I think I'll turn the color to white for now. Or I don't know, maybe I will. I'm not sure. I'll keep this for now. Yes, rim light, obviously. This is a must-have. But I think I want this thing to be from the side. Now we can see the camera move when you looking at it from another angle, from another camera. Okay, let's move. Rim light, no, it's too far sideways. Now you cannot see this. I think this is somewhere there. So I think that the camera is moving too dramatically. So I'll go to here and change the angle of the camera. I'll delete this keyframe in the beginning, and I'll move the camera a bit this way. And let's see how it... Yeah, I think the motion is more smooth. Okay, yeah, I like this more. Let's go back to the lights. Light sources. So I could have some more illumination from the top. No. So let's go back to the last angles. What if I move this guy a bit more? Yeah, I like this kind of transition from here to there along the way it moves. Still, I don't like this part is not lit at all. Yeah, somewhat like this. The rim light is a bit too much. I guess I want to move it more sideways. Or no, more like this. No, I want to make it sideways. Somewhere, for example, like here. Nope. Can't figure out where to put this rim light. Well, basically my GIF will end up at here, 5th second. So start with here. Crank up this guy over here. Yeah, it's kind of too strong. This one, let's, or not, I'm not sure. Okay, so I guess this one is okay. I think I'm kind of satisfied with this. So since this is not going to go through Photoshop filters, so what I want to do now is also crank up the brightness contrast. You can go and just crank up the contrast more. And bring up exposure just a bit up so that it will be just more bright and contrast. However, no, I think contrast is too much. Pull it down. Okay, so all right, let's test this setting. So we have this sequence, and what I want to do now is to export it as uncompressed video, but in 1280 by 720 resolution, because it's the highest you can go with the GIF. If you go higher, you won't fit in 10 megabytes. So sampling, no, format, uncompressed, selected. And I'm not sure if sampling is working with uncompressed, but let's keep it like this. And now Let's hit this video and make sure, yep, okay. Now let's create a file in renders, call it GIF, a folder, and name the file raw file. So why am I doing this uncompressed video but not the photo sequences that I could actually drop into Photoshop in order to create GIF? Because I want to put this uncompressed video into video editor to edit, to add nice fade in and fade outs, because I can't find a easier way of doing that. You cannot do this in Marmoset properly, as well as in Photoshop, but a video editor is perfect for this purpose. So I'm going to show you how it's going to work. All right, let's check it. Renders, GIF. Yeah, you can see this very heavy file for 6 seconds of video. Yeah, the video is like, it's quite jumpy because it's uncompressed basically. So I guess it looks kind of not bad. All right, now I have this program called Vegas Pro, which is quite simple video editing software. So let's drop our file over here and drag it into the timeline, and you want to set the project to match the settings of the video file. Okay, so now scroll in, and now you can see the timeline, which is right there, 1 second. This is 2 seconds, 3, and whatever, so on. So what I want to do now, in order to create a fade in and fade out effect in this program, it's really easy. You just hover your cursor over the top corner of the video file, and it will turn this thing. You click and drag in such a way, and now you can see it fades in and fades out. So same on the other side, like this, and fade out. So now what I want to do is go to this 4 seconds marker. Right here you can see 4 seconds, and place a mark here. Click M. So now I have this thing. So I want to fit this thing into like the size of from beginning to the mark. And this is pretty easy. You just go and not on the corner, but into the edge of your file. You have this cursor like this, and just drag it in, and it will shorten your file. Now you can see it snaps to here, and let's check how it turns out. Yep. So you can also click here to loop playback, and now click and drag on an empty space, and it will loop all that is within this blue line. So now click play, and you can see how this thing is going to be in the final image. So right now I actually can see one issue. You can see here we have a small gap and much bigger gap over here. So this is not optimal usage of our free space of the screen, so I want to redo that. So let's go and fix this problem. Go to camera, move this guy, key, same thing here, place another key. Yep, now it's straight in the middle. Now let's do it again. F5, export, we can replace this file. And am I recording it or not? Okay, profile, let's not replace it, but call it differently. Can pause it here. So it's almost done. Okay, now let's drop this here, move it down here, do quite the same thing. Trim it from both sides, create fade in, fade out, delete the first one, move it up. Whoops. Now you can see that the problem is fixed. Okay. Okay, so I'm happy with this. Now let's export this as a sequence of images. So click on File, Render As. Let's select the path, renders, GIF, images, create a folder, save. Now what I want to do, select image sequence and select JPEG. All right. So there's nothing much more to that. So it basically will do 24 frames per second because the file is in this format. So now click render. Okay, open folder. Now we have this sequence of images with nice fade in and fade out. So let's go back to Photoshop, select save, make sure you have those render scenes saved. Now go to File and go to Scripts, load files into stack, click Browse, and let's find those. Whoops, nope. GIF images, select all and click OK. Now don't click anything until this thing appears right there. Now click OK. And now again give a program some time for this thing to happen. See, it's loading every image into a new layer. Okay, we're done. Now go to Window and Timeline and click on Create Frame Animation. Yes. Like this. Then go to here, make frames from layers. Okay, now we have every frame as a layer. You can click play. And you can see it plays backwards. I don't know why, but somehow it happens like this. So go to here and select all the frames. And click reverse frames, right? Selecting all the frames were not necessary, but as you selected all of those, go to click on any of those right there. And this is really important part. This is basically the speed of playbacking of your single frame. So click on Other and type in 0.03 as far as I remember. Now click play and you can see it goes somewhat at that speed. Alright. So basically this is it. Now we're ready to render a final GIF. Click stop. Now go to File and Save for Web. Click here. Now you have basically the main part of the GIF creation. So right here you can see the file size, which is 10 megabytes, 0.38. So that 0.38 is off. That's too much. And here is the tab with your settings. So the best way of decreasing the file size is go half of the colors, 128 or 256. So right now it's 1038 megabytes. We're almost we're almost there. So I'll keep the current color settings. So make sure you looping options here, click forever, which means it will repeat each time. So you can click here to play and see how it looks. Yep, this is pretty much it. So still I need to make sure that this is below 10 megabytes. So there is like the ultimate slider for that, which basically says how what's the quality of this. So you can, the more you go with the slider, the crappier would look your image, but it will weight less. So let's turn this a bit more, for example 30. Give it some time to reprocess. Now we have 942. Let's click play and see if we don't have any kind of artifacts. Nope, I think everything looks good. You can see a bit of dots here. I'm not sure if you can see that, but they are there and there, but that's like, generally speaking, it's quite okay. So this is it. 942 is fine. Looping options forever. So now let's click save and go to our folder, renders, and let's call it opening, save. Okay, let's go back to the folder, renders. Here you go. Here's your opening. You can open it, and here it goes. So this is your final GIF, which looks really not bad. And I guess this is the end of this tutorial. So I hope you guys learned some new stuff, and thanks for watching.